by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro-monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
Hi, human. I'm a micro monster, swimming around in your plastic water bottle. But I can't wait to swim in your bloodstream soon.
Microplastics are micro-monsters.
Drink me. Wait, what are you doing?
But you can fight back by using glass or metal reusable water bottles.
No!
Don't let microplastic micro-monsters invade your body. Find more ways to fight back at stopmicromonsters.org.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Dedido, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. State health officials in Michigan say 2 people have died in the cyclospora outbreak there, in the first confirmed deaths in the U.S. related to the microscopic parasite. The CDC says when ingested, mostly in vegetables, the parasite causes intestinal illness caused by frequent and sometimes explosive bowel movements. Reports of more than 4,100 confirmed cases have come in, and the CDC is investigating more than 7,400 other likely cases around 41 states. The outbreak has meant more business for Lee Bailey's Salad Days greenhouse in Mississippi.
It's all enclosed, so you are walling out all the outside potential contaminants. We're using safe water sources. We use tested municipal water. We also treat with ozone, which is a way to kill any pathogens that could be in the water.
Since the outbreak began, retail sales at Salad Days hydroponic greenhouse have doubled. President Trump says talks are going on with Iran to end the war, but Iran says that's not true. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Esmail Baghaei says we are not currently holding negotiations with the United States. Our talks are with Oman and are focused on reaching an understanding on a route that would allow shipping traffic to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump criticized Iran's leadership, which has grown increasingly divided over the war's endgame. Light winds and lower temperatures are in the forecast to help firefighters with wildfires in eastern Washington state that have forced the evacuation of 60,000 people around Spokane. Spider-Man Brand New Day broke the fellow Marvel movie Avengers Endgame record for the biggest North American opening weekend. Sony Pictures says the film earned $360 million in ticket sales from theaters in the U.S. and Canada. Stocks are higher on Wall Street. This is AP News. The AP's Sagar Magani reports the U.S. men's soccer team coach will be returning for the next World Cup.
Mauricio Pochettino led the U.S. into the round of 16 last month before losing to Belgium.
I think we were not good enough. Wasn't our day.
Pochettino has now agreed on a 4-year contract, meaning he should be back for the 2030 tournament. U.S. men's coaches from Bruce Arena to Bob Berhalter have not been successful during a second World Cup cycle, and Pochettino's leaving himself an out, saying 4 years is a long time. Today, people really love you, and maybe that changes in 8 weeks. I'm Sagar Magani.
The Major League Baseball trade deadline is approaching. The Philadelphia Phillies have traded for 3-time batting champion Luis Arias from the San Francisco Giants. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News. AP News.
You could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
Halfway Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. We have 6 minutes after 6 o'clock. It is a Tuesday, August 4th. We are streaming online at thewave105.com as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you could eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations, turn every fuel stop into rewards. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Triple J Auto Group, celebrate liberation with Triple J Ford's Liberation Celebration. Prices below dealer cost, thousands off retail, and F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear. Serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor Plus Steel Toe Footwear. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. You're on the Wave 105 FM.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water. The school she can't attend most days. The breakfast she didn't have. The rain that hasn't fallen in months. The danger around the next bend. Her little brother's belly laugh. Her mother's hug. Her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together. so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Jack here. Visiting family inspired me to add a Philly-style bonus jack combo to my menu. Melty cheese, grilled onions and peppers, plus fries and a drink starting at just $5.99.
Yo, Jack, you got $6?
It also inspired me to stop visiting family.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up the convertible. Look, the van even has its own vacuum. You said you'd never stop listening to your music. Do your happy dance, yeah. You said you'd never schedule your life around a stuffed animal. Nobody panic. Bun Bun is still at daycare. You said you'd never give in to demands. 2 kids' meals and a chocolate shake. And never put them in harm's way. I'll be right back, little man. Just gonna pop in the store for diapers. But never happens. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in a car by themselves. Long line today. Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Member FDIC.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone?
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
How serious is youth vaping?
Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumont or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
So, what's your idea of a 10?
I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and Fair Volunteer Ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. But here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the FAIR community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Island Voices, Island Conversations. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out.
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
Come on. Good love, that's what I'm drinking. Let's sip it down, go without thinking. Ow! Good love, that's what I'm making. We'll break this house when it starts shaking.
Come on, says the man. And yes, Yes, indeed. We shall come on, indeed. What an incredible morning we are having. If you are just joining us from on the radio or having a hard time getting in your car, take your time. Take your time. And if you haven't left the house yet and you don't leave for a little while, be careful. Leave soon enough that you can deal with the weather outside. It's so weird. Well, good morning, Dice.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Patty. Hoffity, Guam.
Was it raining when you came in like this?
It was dry.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Deluge started into mooning, and it went all the way up to the airport. And you know that airport road is just such a pleasure to ride in the rain at night. So there's the take your life into your own hands moment that you have, the gritting of the teeth going up airport road because I haven't done anything about it in 3 years that we've been screaming. But it's not going to get done any sooner. But we will say,
what you got?
Follow behind somebody who has like a big truck. That's how I do it. I just follow behind. I'm like hugging their bumper. But the roadways are a little bit slick, and typically on Guam we don't always see the markers and the lines and the gloss of the water and the sheen of the road. It just makes it for some dicey, if you will, kind of driving. So, be very careful. But it was raining I came out of my house, it was fine.
Right.
And then I started feeling some sprinkles and I said, let me run back in and grab a raincoat.
Okay.
Right. And so I go back into the hallway, grab a raincoat, I come out and it is like raining, like big drops, kind of hail kind of. So that was I was immediately wet getting in the car, and then we finally got here, and it was just downpour. It was just, I should have gotten out of the car sooner, but I was kind of waiting for something I was listening to on the radio. So just so you know, you'll get a little sopping wet, but nothing that,
No, it's not. It should go until Thursday. We got scattered showers and thunderstorms until Thursday, Guam.
It's that whole dolphin situation. I see. Right? It's creating this weather. I mean, this is the lovely consolation.
Over there.
Yeah. This is the lovely consolation prize to it not hitting us.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
We were not in the mood for that.
Leave it on that side. I'll take this.
Word. Leave it on that side.
I wouldn't mind a little scattered showers versus what we've been having.
Oh, absolutely. This is some great stuff compared to it. But
I'll take the
so just be aware that
we got wet roads.
You got some wet roads.
We got wet roads.
Carry an umbrella. I'm wearing pants today, and and bring an extra pair of shoes. And I am you could see there's still some water on my shirt, but again, it's better than the alternative, which is to get like another head-on storm. Well, welcome to 3 days after the election. Woo-hoo! Still talking about it.
Yes.
I had to put my phone away because all of the pundits. And all of the deep, the deep conspiracy theorists, they're out there.
I've seen a few.
Some people are just, still a little bit angry, right? Which is a natural reaction.
Mixed emotions.
Mixed emotions. But I gotta say, it really. Maybe I'm not the best source for this, but I gotta say, compared to some of the elections that we have seen over the years, where it has been really ugly, like skeletons coming out of the closet ugly, like stuff that happened to you when you were, a young adult ugly.
I see.
They'll drum up stuff from the past.
Kind of matured up a little bit then.
Well, it just wasn't that kind of election, that's just not the kind of people that we're dealing with. But there was also doesn't seem to be a desperation,
good job,
right, for you to get into office. So,
I'm not really with the attacks. I don't really like all of that.
I think the average voter doesn't either.
I don't think we like. I think everyone's kind of wising up and be like, how important is that again? You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to look at it and be like, all right, will this really affect my vote though? You know? I don't care what shirt they wear.
But you know what? There is for some people, there is no introspect because the politics is what they thrive on, and they know how to run a smear campaign. So as long as the end result is in their favor, all of that junk in the middle is actually just a means to an end. So there isn't any guilt. Right. If the goal is to win the election and you got to do whatever you have to get it done, then they don't have an introspective moment like, oh, how did I perform? Even if people might be saying really crappy things about you because of the way you carried on, people will tend to forget all of that stuff, while at the same time, they're watching from the sidelines going, get him again, get him,
They're cheering it on because the spectator sport of politics is sexy.
Oh. Well, yeah.
Love it. I mean, let's hear all the dirt. Let's all and people who are angry anyway, it just sends them into the stratosphere of being validated. That the reason why they're angry.
But just kind of fact check the dirt, though. You know what I mean? You got to fact check that because sometimes, some of that information may not be as accurate. And,
And it almost in this day and age doesn't matter. It almost doesn't matter because the information and the way it travels happens and how anonymously and unattributable it becomes, it gets away from you. No longer are people worried about the facts. It doesn't even make any difference if it's true because you've got, a whole set of people.
I want to see facts.
Oh, I do too.
I want the
facts. I mean, we're in the business of that.
I can't fly on a rumor.
No.
Right?
But we're in the business of that.
Yeah.
Our entire,
facts.
MO is to verify that something is true or not and find out what the bottom line is. Right. But for a lot of people, there is no effort being put into it. They're just enjoying being the consumer of all of the stuff. And once you start wagging your tongue like that and you start sharing and you start forwarding many times, then it's out of your control, It's just completely out of your control. And as evidenced as, things that happened during the rally that last weekend or weekend before last. I mean, that seems to be the poster child, I think for all candidates and rallies, the poster child for you better vet your people before you give them a microphone. And, the campaigns the smear campaigns are real. This past election, I think it was that last week where things got really, out of hand because there were some people who just were opining about something that that was being fed to them that was not necessarily true. And as a result, there was a whole bandwagon of people and on a very sensitive topic. It's one thing to have committed some sort of infraction that damaged just yourself or maybe your family or something, not in a big way, but, controversially. But it's another thing to pick on marginalized people because we all have them. We all have somebody who's marginalized in our family or in our community. That's just the no-no. There are certain things that you do not touch and even clearly that you don't joke about. And that's sort of a golden rule. But, people make faux pas all the time. And unfortunately, this one, whether or not you believe it, could have been the one. Could have been costly enough for this to cause this problem that the Democrats had with advancing Josh Tenorio. But that's water under the bridge. Even he has said, listen, we just, I'm taking what has been dealt and we are going to move toward, what I have to do before the end of the year. And what they have to do is a lot. There's a lot. And starting off with a new budget that the governor promised. So it shouldn't be a surprise to the Republicans that when she declared that she was going to veto this budget, she said it on the air that if it didn't have these particular things in it, it's not going to pass my desk. And true to it, because she's been watching the proceedings at the legislature, and when it came down to those final cuts, she already knew that wasn't something that she was going to pass. And so it shouldn't come as a surprise because she sort of laid it out. And so now here we are, back to the drawing board when it comes to the budget. She vetoed it yesterday, and now they got to go back and see whether or not they have, the votes. They can sway anybody. I doubt it. I doubt that that's going to be a situation because it was kind of hard fought. Tello was the only Republican who voted against the budget. She parted with her party, but all of the Democrats basically said no. So now a whole new round of budget talks will happen, and they got plenty of time for it because the reason why they wanted to get through that budget so quickly is so that all of them can get on the campaign trail. But now that we've sort of vetted all of them that are coming back, it's time to sit down and figure out the budget one more time. And so today is supposed to be Child Care Day, or they were supposed to deal with the child care additional funding to get through this fiscal year. while there's also funding available for the next fiscal year on shortages that are not coming from the federal government. And so that's another one of those issues where it tugs at your heartstrings, because it just isn't about kids going to school or being babysat in these daycare centers. It's really about parents who have to now give up their jobs in order to stay home with the kids, which will be a big blow to the family, to the lifestyle, to the household income, and to everything that will fall underneath that or be affected by that. And so we got a lot of things that has to be talked about in the legislature. So I guess, hold on, we've got until November, one more time, to have this theatrical, melodramatic. Sometimes they were bucking for office before, but maybe not so much theatrics. We'll see how it goes when they start talking about all of these things. And as we are still reeling over the results of the election, Agania Heights taking pride in the stats that was delivered by Maria Pangilinan last week, and enjoying over 50% of the fact that their voters showed up for the election. And so I think Joe Titano wrote something in the paper this morning in the PDN is who voted and why didn't they? Who were the voters that didn't? What was the reason? And sit down and talk to anybody, and they might be able to tell you that apathy is real, and whatever there are reasons that are stopping people. Polly says it's because they don't have the voter base in that troubled demographic of 18 to 24 that don't show up the polls because they don't feel like they're being represented. So I think the battle cry to capture that audience is actually coming from Maria Pangilinan, where she says, we got to go where they dwell. We got to hit these minds where they're paying attention, and they're paying attention on social media. That seems to be the most effective way to get their attention. So maybe the campaigns will also follow suit. We're at the bottom of the hour. Let's go ahead and take a quick break here and come on back. We'll be right back.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
You're listening.
Alrighty, Guam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Let's see how traffic is looking on a wet Tuesday morning. We would like to remind everyone we got wet roads, guys, so if you are just waking up, prepare yourselves, guys. You can expect some wait time getting around the northern end of the island. You do want to watch your speed limit this morning. Let's get those wipers moving and those headlights on, Guam, and those seat belts fastened indeed. Now, as I mentioned, getting around the northern end of the island, you do have some wait time up and around Anderson Air Force Base this morning. After that, Guam, it's going to be smooth sailing into Dedido this morning. Traffic is beginning to pick up along Machechi Road this morning. Bella Road is actually quite clear right now. Route 16 traffic is moving nicely, getting around Hagåtña this morning. Mongmong to Mighty Tamuning or upper as well as lower Tumon. We got a couple of cars on the road, but I'll tell you what, if there's anywhere on the streets that you need to be, now would probably be your best bet. Let's just watch our speed limit. As I mentioned, we do have some wet roads this morning. Back to school orientation is also taking place. So just a heads up, guys, getting around the school zones this morning. It's about 31 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning. Your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM. And it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Member FDIC.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up the convertible.
Look, the van even has its own vacuum.
You said you'd never stop listening to your music.
Do your happy dance, do your happy dance, yeah.
You said you'd never schedule your life around a stuffed animal.
Nobody panic. Bun Bun is still at daycare.
You said you'd never give in to demands.
2 kids' meals. And a chocolate shake.
And never put them in harm's way.
I'll be right back, little man. Just gonna pop in the store for diapers.
But never happens. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in a car by themselves.
Long line today.
Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
At Bank of Hawaii, we want to help make the goals you're saving for possible. Great rates are possible because you'll earn up to 5 times the national average on savings when you make a qualifying deposit of $25,000 from another bank. And flexibility is possible because you can access your savings anytime and still earn one of our highest rates.
Anything's possible.
Open a Bank Ohana savings special today and reach your possible. Rates based on the FDIC's national deposit rates. Terms and conditions apply. Visit boh.com/savings special.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105. Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home, which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumont or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
From Gigo to Molesso, if Guam's talking about it, you'll hear it on Wave 105.
About 20 minutes now before 7 o'clock in the morning. Welcome, and good morning to you. Nice to have you along with us this morning. I'm reading a couple of things. I was just reading this article that Jojo Santo Tomas wrote about Frank Uggan. Why do I keep saying Frank Uggan Jr.? Maybe he's on my mind. Where is he anyway? I think there were sightings of him. The former senator, former gubernatorial candidate. He left the island after an unsuccessful bid with Alicia Limtiaco 10 years ago. And we have not seen him since. I mean, many people have. You know, I've heard of sightings of him, but anyway, he just was at the top of my mind just now. But I was reading this article that Jojo was writing about it was kind of an emotional piece about Frank Blas and his goodbye, or not goodbye, but it was his concession. Before the concession, he addressed his followers and supporters at their headquarters the other day, and it was actually just, I think, emotional in that, you know, he was saying that you know, you can't stop what you're doing, and you got to keep on moving, and you know, people were, you know, crying, and just it was sort of a very descriptive event where you would see inside what happens, you know, when you run a campaign with a lot of hope and the kind of money that they raised. And, you know, Mary Okada comes out of retirement to run for office. And by the way, who was a very much sought after candidate, a running mate for at least a couple of politicians. And now she, I guess, will just go back to her original plan, which was just to enjoy retirement. But I don't know what it's like to run for office. I don't know what it's like to be a supporter that is that entrenched and loyal to their candidate, to get that let down. But I know a lot of people who are very close friends and relatives of mine that were supporters of these camps that didn't win. And you don't almost know what to say. Like, you know, I'm sorry. Do you say anything? Because they also have pretty thick skin. And this is just an episode. Maybe, you know, they know that there's greater things ahead, or this is just what I do. You know, I run campaigns, the highs and the lows. I'm thrilled about it, but hey, I got to move on because they didn't win. My guy's not, you know, my guy didn't win. So I guess this emotional sort of article that Jojo Santo Tomas wrote gave us a glimpse into the downside of you know, how loyal supporters become very disappointed in a very emotional, I guess, roller coaster that they endure during the life of that campaign. I wouldn't know about it, but Mayor Jesse Allig would probably know about it. Although, aren't you haven't you been like named like the most popular or most beloved mayor in the island?
Pika's best.
Are you a Pika's best? Oh, you're
9 years.
9 years? Jeez.
Yeah, and I've been mayor for 9 years.
Oh, now you're just showing off.
I am.
How How do you?
Sometimes we can.
I guess so. Well, the thing about it is that it's a very small village that you come from, right? So
right.
It sounds like your people, your constituents in your village really, I mean, they voted for you, obviously, and who else would?
Yeah, right. I mean, it is, honestly, the first time that happened, I thought, what's that?
Oh.
Well, I didn't really know about Pika's Best, and then I thought, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And then I, just kind of got, it's nice. And people talk about it, and I think that, sometimes you have to be, definitely I'm grateful, but I think it's also, you also have to think about what that means and what that, because it carries a responsibility, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And when you talk about it, and I should have let you finish talking about this before I called, because I just I can get it. I supported Eddie Calvo his first election, and we almost lost.
Mm.
And I tell you, we worked hard. We worked hard day in and day out, and we thought we walked the streets enough. And we really, we lost by a very slim margin. We won by a very slim margin. And I can remember that morning. It was, the sun started to rise, and we got our final numbers, and we won. And boy, I thought our camp was already, it was like gloomy because we didn't think we were going to make it. But we did, and so I certainly know the feeling of what it, how.
But
it
in your
feels to
own
almost
campaign,
lose.
though, in your own campaign, you haven't had any near misses in your campaign. I mean, nobody gets reelected if they haven't been popular amongst the constituents for 9 years.
Now that I'm not going to boast about that, because that's hard. I mean, that it is. Any campaign is difficult. I mean, yes, certainly I've run unopposed the last two, but my very first election, when I thought I was going to run, and everyone was just like, "Oh, you're not going to have a problem," and I thought, "No, I still need to, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to campaign, I'm going to make these yard signs," and people from outside of the village were just like, "Who's Alec?" Because all they saw all around Patti was Alec signs, because I made sure that I went out. And,
even if you were a shoo-in, you still had to show some effort that. You weren't just expecting people to blindly vote for you.
Of course. And then, first fundraising, and I thought, we don't need to fundraise. It's a mayoral election. I can handle it.
Yeah.
And, so my supporters were saying, it's not that. It's not that you can pay for it. It's that there's a buy-in. There's a concept to it, right? And I thought, okay. So I did one, and I thought, what am I going to do with this money?
Said no one ever.
Yeah. And it was the worst. Remember Kento's at the Hyatt?
Yeah.
So I decided I was going to have it there, and everyone thought, Jesse, you don't have a mayoral fundraiser at Kento's at the Hyatt. I'm like, well, I don't go to any other place.
Dang.
So it's like, well, and so, and then they thought, well, how much are you going to charge? I said, well, it's only a $20 thing. And they're like, $20? How do you make money? I'm not trying to make money. They said I needed to have a fundraiser. Anyway, so that my very first fundraiser, first run in 2016, really, that was an eye-opener. I know how these candidates feel. And so when someone wants to run for any office, like you always say too, I give them a lot of credit, because it takes a lot to run for any office. And you're up for scrutiny all the time. And you always have to have a reason. You always have to have a justification for every single thing that you do. And then for waiting to win, you just absolutely not know if you're going to win or not. Well, no. And then last election, oh my gosh, it's so interesting how we're talking about this. Remember last election when the headlines was that I lost?
Oh, yes, you did. And there was like depression everywhere.
Yes.
Yes, I do remember that. And
I was like,
you saw the same
and
you saw the same headline. Like, wait a minute, did I?
Yeah, I thought, I don't have an opponent.
Oh, yeah.
How the hell did I lose?
How did that happen? Yeah.
Yeah. So and then I'm telling you, I know that they don't want to be named, but bless their hearts to my Democrat attorney friends who immediately called. And, and these are popular people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yes, you tell me what you need. I'm like, oh, how the hell do you lose to nobody?
Well.
And so, that election was crazy, as it was. But, of course, obviously it turned out okay. I mean, there was a misinterpretation of whatever it is they were interpreting.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so every campaign is difficult, and, it takes a toll on everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
I think we've learned a lot, though, because during COVID, that was a difficult campaign because you couldn't go out.
You couldn't go out and you couldn't raise money.
Well, you couldn't raise money, and nobody wanted to knock on the door. Well, people wanted to knock on the door, but nobody wanted to answer the door.
Well, they still don't.
Like,
they still don't even post COVID. They see them coming and they lock the doors. But and that's another thing. That's like a tradition. I don't know if many people still do that sort of grassroots campaigning by canvassing the neighborhood. I mean, it did end. I remember during Eddie Calvo's run. When the second term, they had a mob of people that would comb the neighborhoods, every neighborhood, even with the first lady at the time, Christine Calvo, was out there, with the supporters, knocking on doors and talking to people. You don't get that so much anymore. Is that
right? Yeah, no, that's the truth. You don't get it, and there for us, there's several. People don't want to make the time to do it. They don't have the time to do it. Some people feel that that's not as effective as it used to be because they won't answer the door anyway. Most people will just, they know you're at the door, but they'll just let you stand there. So
political punishment. My gosh,
it is.
Yeah,
and you know what? The crazy part is, if you're canvassing your own village that and they're home and you're knocking on the door, what the heck?
Yeah.
And they're like, it's just me.
Well, yeah, you're being forced. It's an unscheduled, visit from somebody, and it's each time you're going to sit there, it's going to be a 30 to 45 minute conversation. That's how these things go. Nobody's got time for that. I've got like 2,000 homes to get to, But
and everyone's attention span is shorter, thanks to TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah.
So nobody wants to stand there and listen to you.
Yeah.
And you don't want to listen to them. And, you just want to get in and get out. And that's just kind of, in many ways, that's great. But it just doesn't help a campaign with that approach.
This was not the interview that we were supposed to be having, but as long as we're here, people have said when you've run undefeated for 9, seasons as a mayor, and you've been, named as one of the most popular. Granted, it's Pika. Pika really doesn't have any of their bearing. It's another media just catapulting themselves, really. So, but it's a distinction that a lot of people are proud of. So, therefore, we recognize the fact that people are, that have been polled or are compelled to vote. They're not, they're compelled to because they want to. Does that do you ever stop and think, maybe I am ready for another larger task than the village of Patti? Maybe maybe an entire island would be a place where my success in my career should take me, as in a senatorial campaign. Have you thought about it? I'm pretty sure that you've been approached.
I've thought about it, and in all honesty, it's really about purpose. And so, what's going to be my purpose there? If I do it, I mean, is it for the title? Because if it is, I don't want it. I mean, I know what it's like for people to. I mean, even just as it is now, it's like people just stare at you because you're going to have to go up there and they know you, so they're going to talk to them, and you're going to just figure out what they need, and So for me, it's purpose, and I feel like where I'm at now. I know I serve the people of Patti first, and they will always be first. But I feel, I'm content that I'm able to address an issue outside of Patti. Someone will call because they feel comfortable. They feel more comfortable calling me, and I'm okay. I am, and so I have that almost every day. After this interview, I'm going to get a phone call. I'm sure it's going to be like, "Oh, Mayor, this needs to be fixed." And that, I don't know if I could do that as a senator because then your focus is different. your focus is certainly on policy, on perhaps. Your focus is different at the senatorial level. Certainly, some might think of it as more as an elevated position, or maybe just something bigger than what a mayor could do. But I'm happy with what I can produce where I'm at.
Well, that's good. That's good because you're not going to waste anybody's time with ego. Because a lot of because sometimes that is what it boils down to. There's just such a big ego that you think that you are so popular enough that you can do something. You get in. Everybody has some. They'll have a platform. Everybody cares about something.
Of course.
It's just you. I think that people who know that they've not really done anything for the community, and then they run because their name says they should. That's kind of the way it is on Guam. I didn't know that before. When I first got to Guam, 33 years ago, that was exactly the case. After the first year or two, I was approached. Would you like to run for office? I was like, hey, you can run now. Everybody knows who you are. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
Is that how that goes? I'm like, are you crazy? I was just telling my kids the other day, I have a big thing with aisle 4 and Payless. That's like where I have some of my best conversation there, and then the produce section. I said, if you guys are sick of waiting around for me because I'm having a conversation in aisle 4 and I'm having a mini talk show, can you imagine if I was a senator? Because that's a job review. Right? That's a whole job evaluation. It
is.
Oh my! I don't think I can handle the pressure of like you did this, and I'd be like, oh, I'm trying to just buy my almond milk. But
I'm laughing because I know. So liberation. To your point.
Yeah.
Liberation, right? It became, and so I was like, oh, okay. I know that when I go out, someone's going to say, hey, it's your fault. Oh, hey, what happened to this? Sure enough, it's like, hey, Hafa, we're not doing this, and hey, how come? And I'm thinking, okay, well, you know what? I'm prepared. I'll answer you. Let me answer you, right? And so, I think in the beginning, in my first years, that was difficult, but now, I feel like I'm going to go out because I have an answer. I'm prepared to answer. If I'm not prepared, then I'm just going to be honest. I don't know.
Well, did you? Well, I mean, you could have just thrown the governor under the bus. That would have just been easy.
You know what? But see, that's not how I am, and I just feel like it's not. It could be easy to do it like that.
Yeah.
But why would you do that when I wouldn't want that to be done to me either?
Yeah.
And we also made a decision as a council, so I'm going to work on that. I'm not going to answer for what anyone else did.
Yeah.
And certainly that's how my responses were. I'm like, well, I can tell you what we're doing. I can tell you what we're planning. I can't answer for anybody else.
Yeah.
And it's safer that way because I don't know, right, what happened on the other side. I don't know what their conversations were about. So, and that's the thing too, is like sometimes it gets to people and they just get all riled up about, how perspectives are, so they want to get into that perspective and say, da-da-da-da-da. I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, let's just stop.
Yeah. Well, okay, just real quickly, talk to me about Gita. I mean, you guys got community grants.
See? Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
Well,
okay.
Okay, this is another thing. These grants, these $15,000 grants that are coming out to the villages, I think it's a great idea, and I just hope that, and I'm glad that it was in the news because I think we need to be held to a standard with this 15,000 because if someone's going to still say they need to fix something, we're kind of in a situation because we've received money after Sinaku, we received money after Bobby, and if you're still saying that you have a big, problem and you cannot use the money for a program that can be sustained throughout the year or that can be community-based, that can be healthcare related. I think we have to ask the question, why? Why can't we do that? Why can't we do more for the people that need the help? Because there are people, and whether it's mental health, whether it's just anything that is related to the person, I think we need to consider more of that at the village level because certainly 15,000 can go to grass cutting and 15,000 can go to, some concrete something, repair something. But what about what about our community? What about the living community? What can we do for them, especially because healthcare is number one on the priority of those, the GITA listing. So can we look at that? I mean, of course, cultural preservation is is I think the fifth category, but could we do more, more programs that help us to preserve culture? Can we do more for just another demographic within the community that needs the help? So. And again, we don't dictate it at the council level, and the grant doesn't dictate it either. The grant requirements don't dictate it. Every mayor will decide what they're going to do. But again, I'm happy that we have all this money available, but I'm hoping that, we'll all be able to use it for better opportunities for the people. I mean, you hear everybody talk about, even if it's the veterans, right? Veterans have issues. At the village level, can we address some veteran issue or veteran concern? But that's just me. And every mayor has the prerogative to do whatever it is they need to, as long as it's approved by GITA.
But it has to be in those five categories: healthcare, public safety, economic development, higher education, and cultural preservation. So there's nothing really in there that will address like doing things for people who don't fit in any of these kinds of categories. Where, as the government has already dictated, people in the middle class are too poor to be rich and too rich to be poor. So they skip out on a lot of programs. So we're not, you're not addressing definitely some of the needs of the middle class that might be even just working toward their next paycheck. But anyway, golly, we spent so much time talking about your life, we forgot about the grant. I'm kidding.
Oh, well.
I'm kidding. I am 9 times loved. So, all right. Anyway.
We can talk about it again.
Okay, we will.
I appreciate it.
I appritiate you. Thank you so much for the time. All right. That's Mayor Jesse Alec from the 9-time winner. 9 times loved.
I can
over
see
and
why.
over and over. He's really an
I can
easy
see
guy
why.
to get along with. We had not ever really been friends necessarily, but through my interviews, we've mixed a little bit of our, the pleasure of getting to know somebody. And he's just a laugher, which I think people understand that he's just a really jolly person, which is probably why people like him so much. He's so personable, and so he's now become a friend, which is always refreshing to meet people and get to know them. He just got in under the wire of new friends. Yeah, you know that feeling when you cut. There's a point in your life when you no more new applications.
Got you.
The program has been closed. You've spent all the funds.
For sure.
You're just going to concentrate on that, crop of people.
Oh man, if he's not in your circle, what kind of circle you got?
That's what I say.
I mean,
how am I not friends with a 9-time beloved mayor of Guam? Hey, listen, we're going to go ahead and take that break for AP News. The traffic might be a thing. We'll find out from Dice in a little while. And the Weather Service telling you why is it raining? We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. Iran insists there are no talks with the U.S. to end the war, but President Trump says it's happening, and many countries, including Saudi Arabia, support it.
They all wanted to give this a last chance. This is a last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is a last chance for them to sign a good document.
What does the president want?
The denuclearization of Iran. Has to happen. And that'll be the second phase. But the first phase is the opening of the straits. The second phase will be the denuclearization, and that'll take a little while.
Iran is betting it can outlast President Trump as he faces diminished stockpiles of munitions and the difficulty of executing a war that is unpopular with the American electorate ahead of November's midterm election. 2 people have died in the cyclospora outbreak in Michigan.
The first confirmed deaths in the U.S. The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services says both people had underlying health conditions. Federal health officials have tied the outbreak to processed lettuce from Mexico, but are also citing other possible distribution channels. The CDC has reports of more than 6,700 lab-confirmed cases and over 420 hospitalizations since May 1st, with thousands of suspected cases across 45 states. I'm Jennifer King.
Hundreds of migrant children are stranded in Spain's Ceuta after a mass crossing from Morocco. Some 860 migrants jetliners remain, while most of the 60,000 people who came across last week have gone back. The FAA approved the smallest model of Boeing's MAX jetliners for commercial service, nearly a decade after the manufacturer first unveiled the plane. Two Republican senators who threatened to block Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's bid to lead the Justice Department say they will vote to advance the nomination. Stocks are higher in late-day trading. Lower oil prices helped calm Wall Street's worries about inflation. This is AP News. We have a summer blockbuster.
Stay out of my way.
Spider-Man Brand New Day breaks the Avengers Endgame record for the biggest North American opening weekend. Sony Pictures says the film brought in $360 million in ticket sales from the U.S. and Canada, surpassing the $357 million Avengers did in 2019. The success of Spider-Man and the Odyssey,
After years of war.
also starring Tom Holland, which was number 2 at the box office, contributing to a record weekend for theaters. The domestic box office up over 15% from last year, with more than $6.2 billion in ticket sales to date. Number 3 at the box office this weekend, Toy Story 5.
Came here as fast as I could.
I'm Julie Walker.
Notre Dame and Southern California have announced their college football rivalry will resume in 2030. The schools agreed to a 4-game home-and-home series. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News. AP News, I'm Ed Donahue. Two GOP senators who threatened to block Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's nomination for the permanent job say they will now advance the nomination. The AP's Sagar Magani is at the White House.
The impasse was over plans to create a $1.8 billion fund to compensate Trump allies who claimed wrongful prosecution. For weeks, Blanche told lawmakers it was dead.
There is no weaponization fund.
But Republicans Tom Tillis and John Cornyn wanted that in writing. Last night, Blanche issued an order formally rescinding the fund, just hours after President Trump told reporters he still likes the idea of paying backers prosecuted after the Capitol riot.
This would be a reimbursement for the pain that they suffer. A lot of people like it.
Sagar Magani at the White House.
The mayor of Spokane, Washington, Lisa Brown, says the city and the region is not out of the woods yet.
We pull together here when things are tough, and we're doing that. Although the fires are not out yet.
Wildfires have forced 60,000 people to evacuate in the Spokane area. At least 600 homes, businesses, and other structures have been destroyed. Weather conditions are expected to improve today for firefighters. Water-dropping planes tackled a major wildfire in Greece, while firefighters in France worked to stabilize a big fire there. The UK recorded its driest July in nearly 2 centuries. A federal judge ruled the Department of Homeland Security can proceed with building a border wall through a levee system in a small town in Texas. A regional official says Russian planes dropped powerful glide bombs on Zaporizhzhia in Ukraine, killing 1 person. Ukrainian drone debris killed 6 people in Russia, and 3 people died in Ukraine's attack on the illegally annexed Crimea. President Trump announced new talks to wind down the war in Iran are getting underway today, but Iran says that's not true. This is AP News.
I'm Seth Sutel, and this is Markets in a Minute. Oil prices are falling and helping to calm Wall Street's worries about inflation. The S&P 500 jumped 1.1% in the first hour of trading Monday. That's even though several big chip companies, including AMD and Micron, turned lower. The Dow rose 627 points, that's about 1.2%. The Nasdaq Composite rose 1.5%. Brent crude fell 5% to about $83 a barrel. That was welcome news for airlines and other companies with big fuel bills to pay. United Airlines climbed 7%. Treasury yields moved lower in the bond market. The yield on the 10-year Treasury fell to 4.68%. Seth Sutel, New York.
Canada's second-largest airline, WestJet, agreed to a tentative agreement with flight attendants and end a strike that led to hundreds of flight cancellations and thousands of stranded passengers. WestJet canceled almost 500 flights yesterday. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
At Bank of Hawaii, we want to help make the goals you're saving for possible. Great rates are possible because you'll earn up to 5 times the national average on savings when you make a qualifying deposit of $25,000 from another bank. And flexibility is possible because you can access your savings anytime and still earn one of our highest rates.
Anything's possible.
Open a Bank Ohana savings special today and reach your possible. Rates based on the FDIC's national deposit rates. Terms and conditions apply. Visit boh.com/savings special.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Hoppity Guam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. We got to hit the streets right now. Can we take a look at traffic being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot? You could schedule a test drive if you give us a call at 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website if you head to guamautospot.com. We're looking around Route 9 this morning. It looks like traffic is moving nicely. No delays getting up and around Agafagumas this morning. Santa Bernardita nice and clear on that side. Areas like Estumbo, Finagayan is beginning to pick up this morning. Up and around Camp Blas, we got some north as well as southbound traffic. For our friends in Jigo, you will find some delays this morning getting around McDonald's in Jigo, as well as that Bank of Guam intersection over there. So we got ourselves some north and southbound. Machechi Road is moving nicely. Bella Road as well as Route 16. No delays over on that side. Now for our friends along Route 10, it looks like traffic is beginning to build up as our friends from the southern end of the island are also hitting the streets. Route 4, Ordot, Sinahanya, Hagåtña, traffic is light, moving nicely this morning. Let's just continue to watch our speed limit. Keep your eyes on the roads. We got scattered showers and thunderstorms this morning. Mostly cloudy, though, with highs around 86 degrees. You do want to allow braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. It is absolutely imperative, Guam, that we are not driving too close to one another. Seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper booster and car seats. We are moving forward with our friends at Guam Auto Spot right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam photo hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
7:13 in the morning. Welcome to the program. I forgot to tell you that you have a really nice haircut. Why don't you like me?
I liked you until now. I was good.
Nobody knew, but they
just
don't.
fine.
They're not even on camera. You don't even want to be on camera.
That's fine. Well, I was going. Remember, because I went to the polls and you got look.
You had to look sharp. Well, you
know
had
what
a
I
Guam.
mean?
You had a
It's like,
Guam
dude.
teepee hat on the entire day. What do they call those hats?
Girl, it's hot. It was hot.
Yeah, that's true.
It was hot, Patty. Like, I'm not getting any blacker, dude. Like, come on. I want the cocoa butter skin. I'm trying to stick to.
Are
the
you?
We're doing I feel like light skinned is
I have
winning
now.
right now.
I've seen the skincare. I have seen the skincare of people of color.
Here we go. Of people of color.
Yeah, people
you
of
get
color.
on my
because
nerves.
because it's not necessarily black as you might expect. There are people who are dark skinned.
See, there's Dice
Right.
Black and you got Travis Black. Travis Black is flat screen TV Black. Okay, Travis, I love you. I just had to find an example. Okay,
Well, people
there's
with dark
Travis
skin
Black.
have a really hard time because everything shows up.
Right. Be like, you are super ashy.
Scaly skin, all
You're
of that, it
ashy.
shows up.
You need lotion.
So yeah, I mean, and I could be walking around with the same scaly skin, but nobody would notice, right? So, well, yeah, I know people who might, but anyway, the skincare routine is a big thing, not only for women but for men. I have seen products, and I'm like, what? What is that for? And anyway, looking good, smelling good, and very shiny people. Is that whole cocoa butter action that you're talking about?
We try. Hygiene needs to be together, guys, especially if you're an adult. There's no reason for you not to. Like, come on, you are a grown man. Like, why am I telling you to brush your teeth and wash your face?
Oh yeah, you're
know
not.
what
That,
I'm
God,
saying?
are we throwing your brother
It's
under
like-
the bus? Is this going to come
it's
back
like-
and bite me later?
No.
Oh, okay,
Travis good. Travis good.
Travis
Travis
is-
is easy. Travis is easy. I can pick on him all day. He's
Is
all
that
right.
yeah? Is that our 7:15?
We have a 7:15.
Yes.
We do
Okay.
have a 7:15er. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Right. We got a 7:15er.
Okay, that has to change.
Okay.
Because excuse me, I you know what's happening right now? I put out a few phone calls and everybody's now returning them.
Okay.
So can you just handle that?
I got you.
We can
I
move
got
that.
you.
The only reason is because all these senators are very busy people, and I always will accommodate. I will try my very best to accommodate. But if I've already set up something, I just want to make sure that that person, because their time is so valuable, if they give me an option. So we're just we don't mean to do this, and certainly the idea here is to talk to as many people as we can. The election was just on Saturday, and we're definitely looking forward to talking to all of the players that have won a position on the ballot in the general election. And we talked yesterday with Josh Tenorio. Yes, Lieutenant Governor. This is Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio to get his feelings about it. We did have a conversation with Tony Atta and with E.J. Calvo, and we are about to embark on a conversation with Therese Terlahi coming up at the bottom of the hour as well. Hopefully we'll get in with Sabina Perez. These are the two front runners on these tickets, and we would love to be able to talk to them about their experience and what is to come. Mostly because, save E.J. Calvo, these three senators are still doing work between now and the time that there's a November election and beyond that. So, having to split their time between, campaigning as well as, doing the work of policy making in the legislature, which is, by the way, a form of campaigning. If you're sitting in the seat that you want to get reelected for, you're probably going to be auditioning for the job again, even further. You've already got experience in the past couple of years of having done so. Now, you got to bring it to the next level. And so this is not going to be hard for some. And like, again, if you're a sitting senator, your job is much easier than somebody who's just coming in from out in the cold and trying to find their campaign trail. one of those senators sitting currently in the legislature, Senator Vince Bora. He is the head of the Education Committee, and we are talking about some things that are happening at GW that maybe is not going over well with him. Good morning, Senator Vince. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Patti. Good morning, Guam. How are you? I'm good.
Oh, great. Well, congratulations on, a successful run into the Republican ticket. It looks like, the field is absolutely filled.
Yes. And, that was the easy part, like I tell everybody. Now we have to, it's to work on appealing to the Democrats, because that's, you can't win on Guam without winning the hearts of the Democrats. So, the work continues.
Yeah.
That's my campaign slogan. But yeah, the work continues, and I think for me, I'll just continue to focus on the job and doing the best I can with the time left with in this current term. So, but yeah.
The work.
Thanks
absolutely. The work doesn't stop. In fact, I was just making the mention, opining actually, that during a campaign, the advantage for a sitting senator to continue to do the work in the visual eye of the people that are evaluating their performance always sort of lays out the job application for the next time, which is what you guys are in currently. But at the same time, are you concerned that now we've got some lame duck senators in there who did not win their bid, and what does that look like in the field of policy making between a big loss for some of them, and continuing the work until they get out of office?
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, sure you saw the veto from the governor in regards to the budget bill. And so I think, what's going to be interesting is how we can compromise with these, with the lame duck senators that didn't make it past the primary, who, or either way, their term is about to come to an end. Mm-hmm. But, in the game of compromise, or in the field of compromise, it's, now it's the leveraging what, because a lot of times when we look at the budget or negotiate policy, a lot of times it's trying to compromise on what their priorities are versus what our priorities are. I'm going to hope that, because of course for us, a lot of, the focus has always been trying to provide for every government agency and every program. I know that with the budget that just came down from the governor, there's, the raising the corporate tax was a compromise in leaving the BPT at what the body had decided to put it at with the budget that we sent down. So, yeah, it'll be interesting in regards to, like with Joe, Tina, obviously Therese, and even Therese and Sabina, now that they're moving to the general, right? There's, they're going to have to appeal to everybody at this point.
As well as Joe St. Augustine. So you've got
absolutely.
You've got a pretty large group. Not to say, listen, I'm not insinuating that just because they didn't win that, they're just abandoning their positions. I don't think that anybody would actively get up and say, listen, I'm a lame duck, so therefore I could care less about anything. But there, your point is well made. There's a big hole now amongst the sitting current 38 legislature. So inspiring everybody to keep on going gets a little bit tough. I would assume. So let's talk about what your concerns are with CIFA taking up room at the GW campus.
So my big concern initially was, CIFA, this is it's not a new problem. And I think I feel more for the students, because this is the second year in a row, at least since I've been a senator, where it's in limbo in regards to where their campus is going to be. And I know this is, according to Dr. Wombat, or at least the memorandum of understanding that I saw, this is just until December with the option to extend, go on a month-to-month basis. But the biggest concern with this entire process is the SPED teachers who have reached out, and the leadership the response from the leadership at George Washington High School is not necessarily that they don't want to help. It's, in order to accommodate CIFA, they had to be, without trying to, avoiding the commingling of students, right? Because these are middle school students that are going to be on a high school campus, they had to move the SPED wing, the wing where all the SPED classes are, and move them to a location that will separate them from where SEPA would be. And so, of course, there are some issues in regards to there are some classes that, or some SPED classes that have to be, so you're going to take two teachers in a class or two classrooms and put them into one classroom to accommodate. And that is one of the issues, especially with SPED students, right? Or students with disabilities, is that it's not necessarily going to be a good environment when you have that many students. And I know, one of the things that Dr. Wampat brought up was, well, according to the union contract, and you could have 12 students in a class. But of course, the concern with some of the teachers is, depending on what subjects they are, and then of course, depending on the disability, and then of course, the shortage of one-on-one aids, which we still haven't addressed and we're still trying to work on, is that now you're putting all these into one class. And the other issue too is teachers go back tomorrow. A lot of they don't even know exactly which classrooms they're going into. There was a commitment from the central leadership 3 weeks ago to make the modifications to some of these classrooms. As of yesterday, when I was at the school, there was still, the modifications haven't been done. So teachers are now still trying to figure out, a lot of teachers like to come in a week, 2 weeks in advance to prepare their classrooms, especially for SPED, right? Because they want to, there's a special way that they set up the classroom so that it's engaging and it's comfortable for the students. But the SPED teachers right now, at least from what I got from them yesterday, is they still don't know which classrooms they're going to be in. They don't know where they're going. They're still waiting on maintenance to come in and make the modifications to the classroom to accommodate them. And so that is a concern. I think what's even more disappointing, and I shared this with Dr. Wampat, is that 3 weeks ago when SEPA had first visited the school, I at least asked Dr. Wampat, I said, hey, we all know what happened with the whole teas and shark situation, right? Everybody found out through a public, oversight hearing. What I'm asking you, and I'm asking you, because I respect your position, and I think for me, I'm not telling you that you need to ask the community for permission, but I at least ask that you at least have a meeting with the stakeholders and let them know what you're about to do. And I just would like that commitment, and she committed to that. But what was more disappointing is I did not find out that she had signed an MOU until SEPA started circulating a flyer saying that we found a new home, and it was on their Instagram. In fact, even the GW community found out through that way, which I think that's where I was a little disappointed, because as much as we want to just do what we want because we're government leaders, and is that we're in a world today where we don't necessarily need to ask permission, but we have to at least be very transparent. And I think there's less problems when you involve them in the process, right? At least tell them what you're going to do, have them raise their concerns, provide a response or your proposed resolution to their concerns. And I think people will be happy, but that's where people are upset is, hey, now you're shoving this down our throat. There are a lot of concerns with no answers, and now we're just sitting and waiting. And I feel like that's that's where we get ourselves in trouble as leaders in government. Even when I met with our team yesterday, some of them were like, well, teachers are always going to complain. I said, absolutely. But we all get paid by tax dollars, and in this type of environment, it helps to be open and transparent with them. Whether they like it or not, I think if you're open and transparent, they raise their concerns, you respond to the concerns, I think everybody will be okay with that. But right now, it's just, this is what we're going to do. Pretty much you have to deal with it, and that is it. We'll wait and let the chips fall where they may. And I think that's the problem we're having right now with the way things are going at the Department of Education. And I'm hoping to bridge that gap. And so that's where we're at, and those are the concerns at this point. Have they been addressed? They're saying they're working on it. The administration at the school begs to differ in regards to what the central leadership had said to me, or at least briefed us on yesterday, versus what's really going on at the campus today.
I don't know where to start here, but I want to ask the number of teachers who actually went directly to the Committee on Education. Was there a large opposition from the campus, from these teachers?
There was three teachers that had come to my office yesterday morning, and then we got 2 letters from 2 teachers, and then of course the PTO came out in the parent teacher organization as well, came out in opposition. But I mean over the last 3 weeks, since this has become something that was being discussed, I've at least bumped into 4 or 5 teachers, some GW, not just SPED teachers, in regards to just, hey, what's going on? Because there's even a misunderstanding and some teachers thinking that students are going to be brought over to, that are going to be integrated into GW, which is not the case. So I probably should clear that up, because there are some teachers that have called me saying, hey, we heard SEPA is coming to GW and that we're going to, take some of their students because they don't have teachers or classrooms. But that's not the case. They're just going to rent 16 classrooms they asked for 20. GW was only able to accommodate and give up 16 classrooms. So it's not just one teacher. It was 3 teachers and 3 SPED teachers. And then, of course, maybe 5 or 6 teachers, regular teachers who were just concerned about SEPA coming over to their campus.
I'm wondering why it has to get to the level of the legislature, the oversight chairman, in a situation where they're, in a situation that sounds like it could be handled on the school level or even with the superintendent level. I mean, I know
absolutely, and that's exactly what I told when I met with Dr. Wombat yesterday. Is I'm here just to provide. I'm here to understand what's going on, because teachers have reached out. We have a duty. I have a duty to respond to their concerns, and I just need to understand what happened. And I think for me, and my only ask to address these concerns is they just need answers. They have all these concerns, and my response is I don't necessarily know what the plan is to address those concerns. I will reach out to Dr. Wombat, and so I know they have a meeting scheduled Thursday at 8 a.m. with the leadership and all the teachers who will be affected by this implementation. But you're absolutely right. And I told Dr. Wombat that, because even per, she's like, teachers are always going to complain, or people are always going to come to the legislature. And I said, you're right. In fact, if I responded and came to you with every message and email and concern, we would be hanging out every day, right? But I don't. But I think for this right now, especially with the sensitivity with SPED students, and of course people are going to use that to their leverage, right? And sadly, it's election season, they're making enough noise to where, hey, we need to. For me, it's just they raise the concern. I just need an answer, and I always say, and I always tell Dr. Wompat this, even Dr. Swanson. They may not like the answer, but I think for me, I'd rather give them an answer than to beat around the bush and try to beat around the answer to appease them. I just need an answer, or you can provide the answer to them, and I don't need to get involved.
Yeah, that's kind of because it sort of ups the ante when it gets to a level. I understand your concerns about the Department of Education, and they should be brought in to discuss the overall issues having to do with funding and Simon Sanchez and all of the big operational things that happen. But it seems like overkill for somebody of your stature, and even Senator Chris Barnett, to have to deal with. And I'm not saying that it's menial, but it can be happening on a different level, and that way it kind of it dilutes, the drama of it. Teachers do complain. I'm not saying that nobody's right here. I mean, the teachers, they are protective of the spaces because they have a way of doing things, and they're teaching kids, and there's a lot of them. So I mean, whatever goes into that, if something is out of place and it upsets their entire day or their entire teaching strategy, to the point of you kind of hit a nerve when you said the SPED sensitivity. I want to nail this one real quick if we can. The SPED sensitivity, and I'm thinking you're talking about it being born from the rally, the comments that were made at the rally. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So absolutely, the sensitivity is there. I find, with all due respect, Senator, I find that we've gone off the wrong track here when it talks about SPED students. It isn't centered around, the disregard of sensitivity by the MC of this rally as much as it does. We're looking at a budget that was just vetoed where you guys took out $1.8 million from the DSID budget. How do we determine what the sensitivity is if on one way somebody makes a crass comment and on the other hand we're taking away funding?
So to clarify, the budget issue was going to be addressed, and it was discussed in regards to the supplemental, which is why we're in this special session. I mean, that's a whole another conversation in regards to, we recognize what's brought up at the beginning of the budget session, where the administration said, "Hey, well, here are concerns with the supplemental budget." Or I mean, the substituted version of the bill, the budget bill. But we already had plans to introduce a supplemental budget with all the extra additional funding that we had. So, I mean, you're right. It wasn't in the substituted bill, but there was already identified funding sources to be able to address those concerns. Of course, from a view, we want to talk about, like, you know, the why it became that message or that narrative that we didn't, or, you know, we were shortchanging all these critical programs. That was not our intention. Just to clarify, because I would not have stood behind that as well, and I don't think my colleagues would have as well. It wasn't like we knew that, we were just going to shortchange them and then let the administration figure it out. It was, no, we knew that, hey, based on right now the revenues that we agreed on, meaning based on the tax, chapter 1 on the revenues, that this was what we were going to get and this is how we're going to do it, and then here's how we were going to address those shortfalls.
Yeah, and I think she's going to be sending down another bill because she's not.
Yeah, that came down yesterday.
Yeah, so it keeps the BPT at 4%, but her alternative budget will keep the legislature's 4% BPT as it is currently, but using updated revenue estimates that she says is about $18 million in recurring corporate income tax collections, and that could be used to help restore funding. And I'm saying, is that a viable solution to this budget rather than coming back and entertaining yet another budget? A supplemental budget.
Absolutely. I think, you know, based on my initial, because we got it last night, you know, it's something that I think that we can all support.
Oh, okay.
In regards to, you know, instead of increasing the BBT, she did the corporate tax to supplement that. But again, you know, it also allows with all this, with the additional funding that we were going to supplement to fill the gaps in the programs that weren't funded in the substitute bill. All these acronyms, or short words. But yeah, definitely the 18%. I know that there were conversations with the governor prior to you know, the veto coming out, and so I think this was, you know, something that was, you know, both the government or the governor and the budget chair, we were able to, you know, to be able to agree on.
Okay, so when you go back, when you address the budget, it won't be to rally for an override votes as much as it would be on your part to entertain what's already there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I think, you know, if it's one thing I can respect, at least with the Republicans, is that, you know, even in the beginning, I mean, even with the budget that she vetoed, there was a lot of, at least, you know, conversations between the administration and the leadership of the legislature. Of course, you know, when it came down to it, but I at least can respect that we kind of already knew where things were going to go, and we continued to work on trying to, you know, communicating and working with the administration to find a compromise so that we, you know, at the end of the day, her ask, you know what I mean? Because again, I recognize her role as the executive branch, and our role is really just the controllers of the purse strings of the government, and trying to find that balance on, you know, her priorities as the executive branch versus what our priorities are in the legislature in regards to policy and where we think we should move forward.
Well, I'll be trying to talk to the point why we talked to you at the beginning. I'm going to try to give a call to Dr. Julie Heath and at GW and find out what the resolution is. But between times, sir, thank you so much for taking our call this morning. I really do appreciate the conversation. And I
appreciate it. Thank you, Patty.
And hopefully there's a resolution that's quick enough that it doesn't.
I think after yesterday's meeting with and I think like that's where you know, and I get some, you know, sometimes, and I think, and which I asked Dr. Wampat, I don't think I need to be involved in a lot of these things, because one of the things that at least they committed to after that meeting was they were going to get all these things that they committed to fixing and doing at the schools to accommodate the sped students, that they were going to get it done and work through the weekend. So, I mean, that was the positive thing, and I think the administrators were pleased with that answer in regards to, hey, we're going to do whatever we can to, and maybe it could have been they were waiting to sign the MOU with CEPA, which happened yesterday, and so now they can, I'm assuming with funding, maybe the additional funding that they're going to get, that now they can commit to making all these renovations, because obviously with all these changes, it needs money. And again, I'm not going to get into those weeds, but I'm just going to assume that now that everything's kind of official, that they're going to move faster to make the changes at the school. But ultimately, I think everything is okay now. We'll see. The meeting is this week with the teachers, and let them handle that.
I appreciate this, Senator. Have a wonderful day. Take good care.
You too. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. 7:38. I'm going to run right over to the telephones because I have a limited time with Senator Therese Terlahi, who leads the Democratic ticket for the gubernatorial race coming up in the general election. Good morning, Senator. How are you?
Good morning, Patty, and hi, guys, and people of Guam. Buenas. Good morning.
Thank you for taking our call. I know that you're on limited time, and everybody's trying to get a hold of you. I just want to get your take on the win on Saturday, and what does that mean to you and Sabina?
Yeah. So Sabina's on with us, right?
Is she here? Did she call? You know what? I'm sorry. Is she there? Okay, she did actually call in, but you guys were calling at different times, so I was thinking that maybe the two of you wanted to be on tandem. But if she wants to call in right now at 922-1051, right, guys, then we'll put you guys on together. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for her, let's talk about Saturday. What a
definitely. I want to say thank you to everyone. Sabina and I, we are so humbled. At what the voters did, that they actually came out and made the change that we've been asking for and that they had been asking for. And actually, that's the reason we ran, because they asked us to. And so I'm very, very humbled. And I want to say we were so blessed in this whole campaign, and especially on election day, to really just see the love for Guam that everybody has. And those out there campaigning for any different candidate, you can see it, that they are motivated by their love for Guam. They want the best for Guam, and I think that's what we all have in common. And so I was just very touched. Some of these camps are so very generous, and we were, it's like that's what it's about. It kind of reminds you, after all the hoopla, that we are all just still the people of Guam who want what's best for Guam, and trying our best to do it in whatever way we see.
You were running against a very formidable team, being the sitting lieutenant governor, and of course Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes. Much respect for her and her years as in public service, and I'm sure that you all agree. Is Senator Sabina with us? Okay. Good morning, Senator Sabina. We're all talking together. Are you there?
Great.
Fantastic.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, Patty.
Absolutely.
And good morning to Guam.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us as well. I'm just sort of asking a kind of question that either one of you can answer, but that there was a formidable team that you beat, and the race was quite close, 400 some votes of separation. It probably was nail biting. I'm pretty sure throughout the evening. But we also saw a Democratic Party that took out an ad the next day. Josh Chenor took out an ad saying, it's time to heal. And then he also conceded, and he wrote a statement, and all of the things that people like us in not only in the media but as voters want to see in our politicians. We want to see the unity, if it's not party, but just as colleagues. So when I asked him this yesterday, I said, you led with it's time to heal. And I asked him, and I'll ask you, what is the wound?
The wound? Well, first of all, I just want to say... Go ahead. Go ahead, Therese.
I just want to say that, we are all fighting for the same thing, right? We want a better Guam. And I am very thankful and grateful for Josh and Tina team and all their supporters for their graciousness, and that I actually expected a much more extended battle and a more extended issues being raised. So I was so very grateful, and I'm still very grateful that they called early. They seem very sincere, and then their ad as well, calling for unity. I completely support that, and I think this is what the Democrats need is to move forward with unity. I think our people, they've been divided too long, and that's not our way. And we need to, if we want to move forward with a better Guam, then that's what we need to unite around. It's just, what is our goal here? And let's concentrate on that.
Yeah.
That will bring us all together. Yes.
Sabina, do you agree that was the wound of there was a faction within the Democratic Party? You guys never really, at the beginning of the term, designated a minority leadership, and that the same sort of became the same all throughout this term. Do you recognize what that wound is, Sabina?
Yes, I do recognize there was a division, and I think the issue was the communication. I think could have been better in regards to the goals for our island. Sticking to that, because we are elected as different parties. Become elected, we serve the whole island, and I think it's important, because our community is small, that we need to be able to discuss and be able to communicate and overcome our differences, because there are going to be differences at the end of the day. And really, it's about I think it's the approach. The approach was that Senator Teresa and myself really were looking at the data, looking at the evidence, and making the best decisions for our people based on that. And I think that's where we need to kind of unify around that, so that at the end of the day, everybody can thrive here on our island. And we are coming at a crossroads. Guam is at a crossroads, and we need to act urgently to improve our island, to lower the cost of living for the everyday families. And so I believe it's the approach that is needed. We need to unify around the approach to get Guam being a thriving island where everyone can afford this way of life.
Yeah, and exactly, affording the way of life. This question I'm going to pose, as a governor, and you have seen in the past years, and especially during this Trump administration, we're involved in a war that is affecting the prices of pretty much everything having to do with fuel. And it isn't really anybody's fault in government. I think you both could agree. There's no piece of legislation that you can manufacture in the legislature that is going to bring prices down, because it's completely out of our control. What is the solution? Because this is one of the number one issues that the voters had in polls that were done this past 6-7 months, of people saying their biggest issue is the cost of living. And with not a whole lot to be able to control the cost of living because of rising fuel prices caused by a larger entity, what's the relief? What's the answer for those who are saying, I can't afford to do anything here?
It's true, Patti. We're looking at forces some way beyond our control. Some, of course, that we need to really partner strong in D.C. To get whatever advantage that we can to benefit Guam. And but I think we also need to look at ourselves and see how we can make ourselves more sustainable. For example, looking towards our own cost efficiencies, looking for our own ways to improve services, just to decrease those costs on the people of Guam, and all of those ways that we can control. And for example, when we just give direct relief for, removing the tax on fuel so they can have some relief at the pumps, making sure that if we have surplus, that we take care of those who are unable to make it right now and need a little help. Of course, take care of our tourism industry so we don't totally lose that, and that we try to shore it up and as much as possible, and we do the things that we can control. And we, of course, negotiate very strong on those things that affect us, that are put in place by the United States government or D.C. And I think we have to do all of those at the same time.
The other big issue is healthcare. Sabina, you can drop in here anytime as you wish. The healthcare is another issue. Obviously, the Guam Memorial Hospital is the biggest issue at the moment. There was opposition also coming from you guys not you guys, but from the opposition wherever they were on the location of the hospital. Of course, Attorney General Douglas Moynihan has thrown up a number of roadblocks, which have now been in courts, in various courts, and in various areas of development. When we've still got this administration that is going to try to push to codify as much as they can so that this will not lose the traction of this hospital being built in Manila under their current plan. If you get in January, how much of that will you change, because knowing very well that there was opposition coming from various sides about the location and the existence of that facility at all, versus keeping GMH at its current site?
I don't think anyone is proposing to keep GMH at its current site. I think we've all pretty much agreed there is a consensus, and I think we go with the consensus to fix GMH for 5 years and invest in it as much as we have to make it safe for the people of Guam while we construct the new hospital. Everyone's agreed on that.
Okay.
And it's just a matter of getting that money to them and getting them to use it in the most effective way possible. And as for the new hospital, we all want a new hospital. There's never been a disagreement on that. I think what we just needed was a consensus, and we have to see what occurs at the end of the term, how far has it gone, and what can we do to proceed or to make it happen. We need to make a hospital happen, and that's to me is not a question. It's just a mandate by our circumstances and our people and their lives, and of course that's a very high priority. But I think as to all the details, we're just going to have to see what exactly contracts have been entered into and what we are bound by and what we have discretion on.
Yeah, and the one of the final questions I had is that you are setting your sights on an election coming up in November, but there's still a lot of legislative business to get through. Sabina, for your part, Senator, you've been a huge vocal opponent of deep sea mining. That's going to be that's uncharted waters for us, definitely. But how much more between now and then? Assuming that you do win the office, how much more effort can you put into legislation or introducing yourself to the higher Congress or even to the White House as an advocate for Guam to decide its own future and to rid of the idea that deep sea mining is even good for this area?
Yeah, so unfortunately, Patty, that is the realm of I guess, action is at a higher level, the national and international level. And I think this current legislation, we've passed resolutions, right, opposing it, and as well as legislation prohibiting deep sea mining that's within our control. So at this point, it's really at the national level that this, and as well as international level, where the change has to happen. And so currently, one of the parliamentarians that is aligned with many of our brothers and sisters in the Pacific Ocean, and we've been communicating and working towards the moratorium. We know in the Cook Islands, for instance, they were advocates for deep sea mining, and only to discover, based on the impacts, that they have now reversed their position. Again, it's international. The International Seabed Mining Authority process of developing regulations, and unfortunately, the United States is not part of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea that oversees deep sea mining, and so there's going to have to be multiple fronts at a high level at this point.
No stone unturned, Patty. That's what we're going to have to do with deep sea mining. We have to give it all we've got. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is Alicia Limtiaco good for that job from the potential Congresswoman if they choose her in the general?
Absolutely, yes. Yes. We need good negotiators. We need good and strong negotiators in there and good persons with good grasp of international law and national law. So I think, yes, you'd be very, very good in that position.
Yeah. Well,
but Patty, I just want to say thank you again to all the people of Guam, and I'm so very grateful for all of those who helped us, who've encouraged us, who really just kind of supported us all along the way, every step of the way, and told us their stories. We were so happy to listen to even the struggles because it made us feel very...
somebody needs to go. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Very supported all along the way and encouraged and motivated, and that's what we're doing this for, so I'm very, very happy.
Well, I'm also happy to hear there's some people who have said, I don't know if Guam is ready for, two women to take over the two top positions of government. I've never been gender specific about anything, but I have always celebrated the fact that women have long passed their due on positions at this stage, and I'm pretty sure that you also are hopeful, if you haven't heard any criticism, that maybe the vote wasn't for you because you were women. How do you feel about that?
I have not heard that is a big factor. I mean, of course, there's some people who might have kind of thoughts like that, but I feel like with what Guam is facing, you want the most competent people, period. And gender is really irrelevant when it comes to who's the most competent that we are going to have to lead Guam in all of these huge challenges that we are facing on a national, international, and a local level. So, yes, that's, I think, that's kind of silly to me. It's just get the most competent people in there and move forward.
Period, sister. That's what I say. I appreciate that, Senator Therese Terlahi, and I think we lost Senator Sabina Perez, but I do appreciate the time that you've had. There will be more opportunities, if you don't mind. I'd love to have you in the studio with me as we get closer to
Absolutely,
our
will do. Yes, looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Patty.
It's my pleasure.
Bye, Dice.
Bye, Dice. She said bye, Dice.
I know.
She likes you. I just found this. I was just when I was texting her. When I was texting her yesterday,
Right on.
I was like scrolling because I said, "Do I even have the right number?" And I looked, and she sent me a picture
Right on.
of me and her and Lenny Rapadas at it was at Andrea Pellicani and Paul Charfus's wedding. And we took the mug of us three standing as guests in that wedding, and I have to say, I've only known her in these random sort of social situations. I mean, we are acquaintances, absolutely. I interview her from time to time. She is a lawmaker. Our paths only cross professionally, but I never really sit down and sort of have conversations with her, except for when I'm in a social situation.
Okay.
And again, and the same with Sabina. I've run into her at different places, and it's mostly nothing beyond hello, really, because we're both going in different directions. But she's a
Both
very,
amazing
again,
women.
I use the
Absolutely
word personable because sometimes you really do have to separate being on the campaign trail, being a lawmaker in the capacity that they have been serving as part of a faction within the Democratic organization of the legislature.
Right on.
You have to answer to your colleagues and to your constituents about a whole bunch of other things. But I find that most of these people who are running for office, all of them that I have talked to, whether I voted for them or not, they're very personable people, and it feels like on Guam, you get that part of them. In larger sort of bigger districts and bigger states and counties, you don't really get to interact with the people you're voting for. So you really don't know what they're about other than what the media has drummed up about them, good or bad, or where their family comes from, or blah, 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 blah. But you see them every day. You see them in these places of random social gatherings, in the supermarket, at the gas line, maybe in church. And like I said, you really just have to approach them and ask them questions because they are perfectly prepared for that. Maybe a little bit different. I'm not going to conduct an entire interview at a social event because that's just inappropriate, right? But if they bring up a topic, I am not worried about expanding the conversation. It's just that I think that all of them are pretty approachable. And I think that's probably the first step that you get to in deciding whether or not that's the person that you want to support. Because if they're muzu,
right,
or they don't look you in the eye, or they don't try to, you see how people, they want to say hello to you.
For sure.
If they don't take sort of any interest in the fact that you want to say hi, gestures are big.
Right,
Walking towards somebody with a big smile generally signals that somebody wants to say something and or greet you or something. Take the cue and accept the kind of words or the compliment, or even in a senator's case or an elected official, even when you get the job review right there in the middle of aisle 4
You'll
Payless.
be amazed.
You would be amazed.
You'd be amazed. Say hi.
Just say hi. They always say hi back.
Just say hi.
We've reached the top of the hour, right?
That's fair.
Okay, it's 8 o'clock. Coming up on 8 o'clock, we got your AP News. We got some traffic with Dice. The weather thing. Is it still raining out there?
Hey, we still got some rain.
Okay.
Still got rain.
I'm gonna
Scattered showers today and thunderstorms. It's going to be throughout the entire day today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good job, Pat.
All the way till
Good
Thursday.
job with your outfit choice this morning.
Till Thursday, Patty. That's what
All
we
right,
got.
till Thursday. I shall take note. We are KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump says Iran is running out of time to reach an agreement with the U.S. and avoid more strikes. The AP's Sagar Meghani is at the White House.
This is the last chance.
Over the weekend, the president said American forces were ready to launch the biggest attack since World War II. But like over previous months, he held off and says today talks will start again in a day or so and shouldn't take long.
It's not very complex.
The first phase would reopen the Strait of Hormuz, with denuclearization to follow. Earlier, Iran's foreign ministry denied talks with the U.S., saying they were instead negotiating solely about the strait with Oman. The president lit into Tehran on social media, calling it unbelievably duplicitous. Sagar Meghani at the White House.
2 Republican senators who threatened to block Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's bid to lead the Justice Department say they'll vote to advance his nomination. It ends an impasse over plans to create a fund to compensate allies of President Trump.
All I know is that Todd Blanche is great. He's going to do a great job. Everybody knows it. And I understand there's been a sign-off. But I don't know what they agreed. I think Todd Blanche agreed to reconfirm things that he's already said.
John Cornyn from Texas and North Carolina's Tom Tillis had said they would not support Blanche's nomination without written confirmation the anti-weaponization fund is dead. Lighter winds and cooler temperatures are expected today in wildfire areas around Spokane, Washington. One woman who returned home said it's a war zone. The House Ethics Committee recommends the House censure North Carolina Republican Chuck Edwards after finding he engaged in persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate conduct toward 2 young female aides. Edwards denies the allegations. This is AP News. The AP's Lisa Dwyer reports on a growing trend to keep art supply costs down.
Reusing art supplies is one small step to avoid the high cost, with some reuse centers saving thousands of pounds of materials from reaching landfills each month. Art supplies require water, materials, and energy to make, pack, and ship. For example, it takes about 13 gallons of water to make 1 gallon of paint. Instead of going to a big box retail store, Charlene Catalano found what she needed at Brooklyn Creative Reuse.
I got yarn, I got crochet kits, I got crochet hooks, and just other bits and bobs, some labels, and I got for about $6.
The principles of sustainable art include buying only what you need and donating what you don't instead of throwing it away. The scraps in one person's closet could be the finishing touch for another person's project. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Stocks are higher at the closing bell. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure. like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Holiday Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. It's about 8:02 in the morning. It is a Tuesday, August 4th, streaming online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Our studio lines can be reached by calling 671-922-1051 or 1052. Mornings with Patti is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations. Turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. Celebrate liberation with Triple J Ford's Liberation Celebration. Prices below dealer cost, thousands off retail in F-150s starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Hafiday Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
At Bank of Hawaii, we want to help make the goals you're saving for possible. Great rates are possible because you'll earn up to 5 times the national average on savings when you make a qualifying deposit of $25,000 from another bank. And flexibility is possible because you can access your savings anytime and still earn one of our highest rates.
Anything's possible.
Open a Bank Ohana savings special today and reach your possible. Rates based on the FDIC's national deposit rates. Terms and conditions apply. Visit boh.com/savings special.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Yes, indeed, Guam. Half a day, everyone. Let's go ahead and take your last look at your traffic report. It is being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot. You could schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to look at our inventory, check out our website. That's GuamAutospot.com. All right, guys, let's see what we got brewing on the streets of Guam. Coming around Hoggett this morning, it looks like traffic is moving nicely on the southern end of the island. Great job, friends. Up and around PD, Nimitz Hill, and Hagåtña, it looks like traffic is also light, moving nicely. No delays there. Sinahanya flowing through Ordot, getting around Chalanpago this morning, or up and around Jutnya. That's going to be along Route 4. Traffic is moving great. Route 10, that is going to change up for our friends getting along Mangilao this morning. Most especially outside a Mobile gas station in Mangilao. It looks like we got ourselves some north as well as southbound traffic over on that end. After that, Guam is going to be smooth sailing up and around Barrigada this morning till you hit that tri-intersection, Crown Bakery 76 Circle K, as well as the Barrigada Fire Station. Some wait time there, and coming around Happy Mart, that's also going to be in Barrigada. Expect some wait time over on that end. Now for our friends around the central part of the island, north as well as southbound traffic, that's going to be coming around Kmart this morning. Heads up, guys. Prepare yourselves for that, as well as getting around Village of Donkey this morning. ITC intersection, Guam Premier Outlet, north and southbound, or coming around Jack in the Box into Mooning beside Bank Pacific. So again, folks, let's just keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. Remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's fasten our seatbelts, get our kids in the proper booster and car seats. We have scattered showers and thunderstorms this morning, so you do want to allow braking distance between yourselves and the vehicle in front of you. Remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. This is your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
So, what's your idea of a 10?
I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs. to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Monday is the start of all of my dreams.
What a romantic song this is.
Yeah. This is Raul's greatest hits.
Lovely. He sounds great.
This is on his greatest hits. I bet you he can sing it.
Raul
Raul has got, man, his vocals are just top tier, man. You can't fake that. There's no AI on Raul's voice. You know, he's a great singer.
Yeah.
I love him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a way to? I should have asked you this when we were on
What
the
you-
break. I don't know.
What are you thinking?
My headphones are not, or it's my mic. Something feels.
Head or mic? Okay.
I'm not sure. It might. Okay, that sounds a little bit better. Am I over modulating there? Where am I on the scale? Sorry, we're doing a little housekeeping right now because I feel like my volume is either I'm not talking loud enough or I can't hear very well in my headphones, only on my microphone.
Gotcha.
Are we good?
How about now? That's much better.
Why I like the sound. No, I'm kidding. No, I just want to make sure I'm projecting.
Okay.
You know, because there's nothing more irritating.
Well, we can hear you. I can hear you.
It's like, I can hear you more than I want to hear you
we
right
can
now.
Hear you. You know, I'm telling you.
Don't look so regretful.
I'm sorry.
Like we can hear you. Calm down. Excuse me, ma'am. You're loud in my ears.
You need
I
to get
wish
some
you would.
real headphones, Fatty.
These are
No,
really. You think that these are not going to work?
I don't think so.
You know why?
I don't think those are made for radio, Patty. I think those are for like jogging. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
It's
you
like
know, because
working out.
because I'm an ultra marathon runner and I need these.
For working out. Yeah.
No.
Go for it.
Well,
go for it, go
no.
for
The only reason I do is because I have like a permanent
Permanent?
indentation in my skull.
it. Ew.
I know.
Ooh.
I know. It's like the job hazard.
Oh my God.
I have like a permanent indent. I'll have you feel it.
Yeah, that's gross.
That from it being in my head for I have been doing radio since 19.
That's wild. That's wild. Okay.
And
no, I'm
so
following.
yeah, so wearing headphones and various types, by the
Yeah,
way.
Right.
You know, in this business,
How tight are you wearing them, Patty? Like you gotta allow some, some hair
You're
gel
gonna get
space.
it.
I give myself hair gel space because my hair gel. I don't want any indentation
No,
in my hair gel.
well, that's called padding. You have like hair padding because you have a lot of hair. I don't have hair padding like you do. In fact, there are some people who have got bald spots now.
Okay. Oh no.
On the top of their
Well,
head
how
from
old are you
wearing
when that
headphones.
Starts? What age is that number?
I can't even tell you when it started to happen for me.
What? Patty, you tell this stuff all the time.
I've been telling you for the past 3 years.
No, balding. The balding part.
Oh, I don't know.
How old
Oh, there are some people who are prematurely balding, like there are some people who are prematurely gray. I think it's in your DNA.
No, I don't have balding in my
No. I know. I don't have balding in my family
in
either.
my DNA. No, I'm good.
But it's the I think that all of the whole hair stuff is.
She got a gaming head. That's what gamers
I
get.
guess that makes
Gamers
sense. A
get,
gaming head, yeah.
You got a gaming head.
If you want to relate,
Got the gamers that have
So
that.
I mean, maybe these are not grade for radio, but nobody knows the quality except for me.
Go for it.
And I can tell, like if I clamp on these headphones, I don't know, yeah.
You'll hear a lot better. You will hear.
Well, you jacked up my
every
microphone, so now I can hear well. I think what you've been doing is you've been sabotaging me.
No, I didn't want to make it that high. It was
Well, am I OM there, or am I good?
Well, I gotta adjust your mic to those raggedy headphones that you're wearing. That's what I'm doing, to be honest with you.
Way to be
right?
gaslit.
I'm like, okay.
You can't hear because your
You know
microphone
what?
sucks because you can't hear.
Dre has some really good headphones, right? Maybe a nice pair.
Dr.
of
Dre?
Beats. Yeah,
I
got
don't
some
know
really
him.
nice
What's he going to
Beats.
lend them to me? Oh, you Beats. You want me to
Beats.
buy Beats?
Those are nice. Ludacris also has some really nice headphones.
Well, I'll
out.
make sure. Let me
I'm
give
just-
him a call
I'm
right
just
now
saying.
and say, yo.
No. If
Yeah,
you'd
can
like
you
a
spot this
pair, no.
I
If
know.
you,
I don't want
mind.
anything that had.
It'll be like a belated.
I have
birthday.
like really good headphones. I have like
No,
a
those aren't
collection of.
working.
I've got some really good ones. I have some
got
really
good
good
headphones.
Marshalls.
Hey, Marshalls. That's
I
top tier.
have Bluetooth Marshalls that
That's
I don't
quality.
even, and those
like
are great.
Marshalls.
But it's still again.
Okay. I got
The
some.
problem is up here.
That's okay. We're gonna figure
I
it
have
out.
I will let you. You want to feel?
No, I'm good.
Come on, touch my
no,
head.
I'm good. I'm good. I got a phone call to make. I'm all right. Let me find this doctor for you. I'm good. Abort mission.
Well, I guess, yeah. Well, we had a conversation. She's talking about Dr. Julie Ujoa Heath. She's the GW principal, and I just got off the phone with her, and I was talking to, after having spoken to the education chairman, who was just as surprised as many of us are. It is so easy to get mired in the education, the business of education, because we are all stakeholders. Of all of these departments of the government, education is like directly affects your family, directly affects you, directly affects your kids. And these are the things that you don't talk to people about and tell them how to educate their kids. Number one, talk to them about their dogs and definitely about religion. But when it comes to we are all stakeholders, and we all take and we all have been to school. All of our lives in America, you have to go to school. We've all been in a classroom setting. We've all sent our children to classroom settings, and we are now stakeholders in how they teach children in this country. So we all have license and a right to say something. And so I agree that some of these issues, like the one that's kind of in this stratosphere, that it doesn't belong. And I had said to Senator Vince Borja, who is the chairman of the Oversight Committee on Education, and I asked him, why are we even talking about this right here? I mean, I get that teachers are having an issue with the logistics of trying to teach their own classes while sharing that same classroom with SPED students that require some other level of logistics in the configuration of classrooms. And they don't like it. And so they went directly to probably two of the most vocal advocates for education, and that way the current committee chairman and Senator Chris Barnett. And they both taken it up as a cause. I'm wondering, is it a teacher and an education department or a principal issue? And did we have to catapult it into the legislature? Because now it becomes a policy issue. If you've got 3 or 4 teachers complaining about the school, it seems to me that it has to go into a level where the resolution could be swift. And that's why we have Dr. Julie Ujoa Heath on the line with us from GW High School. Good morning, Dr. Julie. How are you?
Hi, good morning. So I'm not from GW. I'm the deputy superintendent.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes, you're
for
absolutely right.
assessment accountability here at GDOE Central Office.
Yeah, I apologize. So that's even a better capacity because is this to the question? Is there a resolution on this level? Is it necessary to take it to the legislature, or is it because teachers feel like there is no resolution and they have to go to ears that might be able to hear them out and do something about it?
First of all, I think, there should be established protocol for complaints. I mean, it would be a wonderful opportunity for us to respond if we know or hear what the teachers are saying. At this level, we are talking to the principal, and the principal did inform us that he will be meeting with their teachers regarding this proposal, for CIFA to be part of or be located at temporarily at GW. So, it would be best if the teacher, provide their concerns to the principal, and the principal communicates that concern at our level with the superintendent. And if there's no resolution, then, they can go to the Guam Education Board. And if there's no resolution then, they can speak to others that would hear him. But give us the opportunity to resolve these things at a lower level. And it's like I said, it's really unfortunate that this has to be, we are experiencing this right now when it should have been resolved way back.
Yeah, and would you consider that's perhaps the reason why they did go all the way to the top of in policy making, because they don't feel like it was resolved?
Correct. And what do you call that? It was not resolved, and I think they probably have this experience in the past, and maybe they felt that this time around again they're not going to be heard. But like I said, I tell the when I meet with the principals, when there's a meeting, I tell them, please give us the opportunity to resolve things, and don't take for granted that it's going to be same old, in the past. We are really committed to ensure that we communicate what needs to be communicated, and in meeting a resolution in whatever the issues may be.
So the issue at hand, let's get to the basic of it, is that teachers feel like they weren't properly communicated to about the changes in the logistics of having two different schools operating, or renting out classrooms that they feel like they have been, that they're going to be displaced from. Is that the gist of it? It isn't that are they necessarily saying that they don't want these students in that campus, or they don't want the space to be shared by students in that campus?
So that was never communicated with us at all. I haven't heard anything like that from the principal. And when we did a walkthrough with the principal and the assistant principal, the request from CIFA was 20 classrooms. And the principal says, okay, I cannot accommodate 20 classrooms. I can only accommodate 16 classrooms. That's based on availability. And like I said, he was supposed to have met with the teachers in one of that week that we had met. And nothing was communicated to us that teachers were upset or teachers were not in favor of CIFA being there, or anything of displacement.
Okay, so but this is a fixable issue of sharing classrooms then.
Correct. So the principal says, in order to make this work, I need some areas of to be addressed. Like, for instance, a classroom that is large, he needed dividers on them, some classrooms, for instance, that have some tile issues. He needs those repaired. So I have those items, and I'm having, I oversee facilities and maintenance, and I'm having the guys go over those things and to have them addressed. And I've spoken to the principal and asked him, what is the major need right now to address this, so that I have the what needs to be done immediately, so that we can have the teachers situated, and then so forth. So we have already discussed the priorities, and he is good with it, and we are moving forward with it.
Okay. Well, does this put to rest? Is it necessary that these two senators can now sort of back out of trying to, broker a kind of resolution, that this is a simple situation that does not require that kind of attention from that level of government?
Yes, it does not require that.
Yeah.
So let us fix this. And like I said, I already spoke to the principal even this morning, and just to make sure, confirm that this is the priority we are seeking, so that way we have a smooth transition, least disruptive.
Yeah, the transition part is, I think, what the biggest problem that they were having is that, is there a situation where the classrooms have to be configured in a particular way to address the needs of special education students?
No, that was not communicated. The principal just simply said he needs to place a divider wall in one of the classrooms.
Boy, that just sort of went all the way around the problem.
I know, right?
I mean, you know,
it's unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is, and I hope that, like I said, we need to establish a protocol. We're not. We're really open to anything as far as communication. We want to hear from stakeholders, and we want to hear what the principals or teachers, you know, our staff are saying. Give us the opportunity to respond back.
And I do, again, with all due respect to the senators, you know, when the constituents come and they write letters or they come to their office and they're pleading for the help, they hear them one side of the story. Senator Vince says, listen, I had a conversation with Dr. Judy Wampat, and the timing of what we decided, what we agreed upon as the resolution of her handling it, came an MOU that nobody knew about. So I think the problem, one of the issues is the teachers didn't know that the memorandum of understanding had already been crafted, drafted, and signed before their input was considered, which, you know, I don't know, moving ahead now, is there anything about this situation that on the part of the Department of Education could be rectified in the event that something like this might happen again?
Perhaps we can, you know, communicate heads up. This is being discussed. Nothing is final, and that we are looking at all the areas of concern, and then allow people to provide input. Probably that would prevent us from being in this kind of situation, even if it's just a thought, you know, or a vision, but it's nothing concrete. But, you know, just saying heads up, you know, this may happen, and communicate that further down.
Okay. I mean, it sounds pretty simple to me. School hasn't even started.
Correct.
It hasn't even started yet. But I don't also want to be unfair to the possible point that sometimes the reason why the rank and file might go all the way to the top is because they feel like their needs or, you know, haven't been addressed. And so if there's a chain in there that's got sort of a broken link where they feel they have to pass that part of, you know, the process by, that's also going to be between the principal and the teachers in that case. It would seem.
Yes, I hear people saying that, you know, they fear of retaliation or things like that. But, you know, this is a new administration and management, and if they write to the legislature, give us a copy as well so we can address it. I mean, my area is assessment and accountability. I love data, and getting those data, we need to collect them and address them accordingly. And, you know, assessment and accountability is something not to be feared upon, but to look forward to a resolution. And I hope that, you know, the school or GDOE community can see that, and that we're not here for retaliation. We welcome any type of communication.
Yeah, that seems to be key. So you've been obviously trying to negotiate between the GW and CIFA. CIFA's time on that campus is for what period of time? This is just this year or a portion of this year, or is this a permanent situation? It
is my understanding it's just for this fall semester.
This first semester.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right.
Yes.
Well, Sifa's been shopping around for a home,
Correct.
and, sort
Yeah.
of being displaced. What is the population of students that will be sharing these classrooms?
I'm not sure, Patty. I don't have that information with me right now.
Is it
but I can give it to you.
Is it in the hundreds, as in this is going to create a traffic jam in the hallways in the transition, or are we just talking about a number of students that still makes it manageable?
The where they're going to be located, there's no commingling, so whatsoever. So SIFA will have their entrance way. I mean, where they enter for the cars in the back, and then if there's the school bus will be on the main road, and they'll stop where the gate is, and students will be dropped off there. Whereas GW students, the buses will go. Students will be dropped in front of the gymnasium.
I see. All right.
So there shouldn't be any traffic issues, and SIFA is there to guide their students on the backside, and likewise with GW.
Okay. Well, I hope this is rectified. This is not a good way to start the brand new school year. We've only got about less than a week left before the kids go back to school.
Yes, and it's we're looking forward to opening on time. I mean, August 10th, which is Monday.
Yeah.
And there's so much to do, and we really want to open in a good, positive note. And like you said, this is not positive, but we hope by the time the 10th rolls in, we'll have something positive to show the public.
Absolutely. Kids are coming back from summer vacation. We've all been that kid that's come back from summer vacation in either a brand new school, but definitely, a souped up campus, seeing their friends again. It has to be positive. It just has to be, the environment needs to be conducive to the excitement.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
We
want to provide that to our students.
Yeah, I think we all do as well. I don't have any children going to school anymore, but the excitement of going back to school, new uniforms, new everything has always been, something to look forward to. I appreciate it. So, Dr. Julia Joe-Heath, thank you so much for taking our call. I really appreciate the correction. Thank you on your position. I read it wrong, and I apologize, but thank you for coming on.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Absolutely. You've got my number, so if there's anything else that you need, our microphones are open to you as well.
Thank you, Patty.
You're
Good
absolutely
morning
welcome.
to everyone.
Good morning
Goodbye.
to you as well. Dr. Joe, man, to be in a position like that and having to be like your job is dependent on how kids' mood is going to be on the phone.
Oh, that's a tough one.
That's
not easy.
That's a tough audience. That could be a very tough audience, too. All right, we're at the bottom of the hour. Let's go ahead and take a break. Be right back.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
As a parent, you said you'd never give up the convertible.
Look, the band even has its own backing.
You said you'd never stop listening to your music.
Do you happy dance, do your happy dance, yeah.
You said you'd never schedule your life around a stuffed animal.
Nobody panic. Bun Bun is still at daycare.
You said you'd never give in to demands.
2 kids' meals and a chocolate shake.
And never put them in harm's way.
I'll be right back, little man. Just gonna pop in the store for diapers.
But never happens. And no amount of time is okay to leave your child in a car by themselves.
Long line today.
Temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you every time you park the car. Stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve the housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
So, what's your idea of a 10?
I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted about driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
A message from Joshua Jackson, actor and Fair Volunteer Ambassador.
Food allergy is a serious, life-threatening disease that impacts over 33 million Americans. When your immune system sees certain food proteins as a threat, every bite matters. But here's the good news. There have been advancements in the treatment of food allergies, and with one voice, we can create better awareness. Because in the FAIR community, the disease doesn't own us. We own our journey. Talk to an allergist to understand your options. Visit foodallergy.org/empower to learn more.
As Guam recovers from Super Typhoon Bavi, GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For a limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible plans. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credits. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 76 fuel gas card. Terms and conditions apply. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Real voices, real stories, right here at home.
Sounds like Reach Out by the Temptations. Yeah, Reach Out. That's what it sounds like. I was like, what does this song remind me of?
Reach Out.
8:45. So what's happening in your hood?
My hood.
Yeah.
In my
What's your village happenings?
village
Yeah,
happening?
anything, everybody behaving?
Everyone's behaving.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm lucky. I should move north. I got a sitch in my hood.
What you got going on in yours?
There's like a crew of guys who drink beer and in
some
front of
drinkers.
stores or
Drinkers
in
in the store.
or in front of
Oh, those
nearby
guys.
houses next to these stores, and they're not just like a bunch of guys just sitting around. They're like drunk.
Oh, drunk.
I never find a really good reason to sit in front of a store at a storefront or in front of somebody's house at like 10 o'clock in the morning, slamming down beers by the pack. You know what I mean? I don't ever see that is ever a good thing that could happen. So the other day I go shopping majority of the time at Oka-Payless, and that's a whole little shopping complex, right? They had restaurants in there, and they've got, of course, Payless. They've got a small couple of hair place. There's a pharmacy. Anyway, there's something for everybody there, right? And so I go and I pull in, and I hear these shutters just clanging. You know, it's like loud clanging. And I look up, and there's this guy, and he's banging up against the shutters. I thought that he was trying to close them, like he was the shop owner trying to unhinge them or something, do something. And what he was doing was he was trying to hold himself up.
Oh, gosh.
It was like sloshed, drunk, like, yeah. He was pretty faced.
Yeah,
so he's like trying to hang on to these shutters, and they keep opening, and so they're not giving him much support.
Zero balance.
Clanging all over the place, and then he's got this plate lunch in his hand, so I'm like hoping great things for this plate lunch because this guy needs to sober up, right? So he's walking, but I don't realize that he's drunk. I'm thinking he's having a heart attack. So at that very second, this is my life, I swear to God. At this very second, a fire engine passes through the parking lot. And they're coming down there, and this is where the firehouse in Tamuning goes to shop. They come in they're like 4 deep. right? Come in, do their shopping, and then they leave in the fire truck. So they're passing me, said they block my view for a second, and I realized, oh, there's a fire truck. Maybe this guy's having a stroke. So I go, hey, you cannot stop a fire truck on a dime. You can't just slam on your brakes on a fire truck. And the guy's like, we're gonna go around, So I kind of stood there waiting. I was like, God, you're an idiot. Now I got to stand outside and wait for the firemen to come over, and God, hoping that they were going to be there anyway and that I didn't take them away from a call. Anyway, so the guy shows up, and I said, there's this guy that just walked around the corner. I don't know if he's like inebriated or if he actually needs medical help.
Got you.
And so, little Miss Nosy Neighbor. I mean, would you do the same? You know what I mean? It's none of my business. After I realized that he's probably just faced that at this point, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
That's hard.
So the firefighters come around and they're like, can I help you, ma'am? And I said, now I feel stupid. Now I just feel like, hey, I'm calling attention to some drunk over here. And as it turns out, they walk over there to see if he needs any medical help. Right. And they literally turn around within 3 seconds because they've identified that this guy's just faced. And then they said, oh, we called the cops. So the cops didn't come any time during the time that I was there. And I'm thinking it isn't because of response time. I'm not criticizing the police department. I feel like they've come to this spot quite a bit.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like they know each other's names already. It's like, look here, listen, Joelle, go home. I'm like, oh, y'all know each other.
Exactly.
It's like, look, Josephine.
Exactly.
You're still here. I gave you a warning yesterday.
Yeah. So I'm Karen the neighbor now.
Yeah.
I'm Karen the neighbor because now I'm like, we're in the authority. Oh my God, Miss Arroyo, go home. So then I realized how, but at the same time that I'm realizing this isn't really going to be solved. This is a social problem, and you can call cops all you want. But these guys aren't going to budge because they haven't budged. They won't budge. So yesterday I show up, and there they are again, but they've got friends. What they're doing, what I've noticed, is they leave the remnants of their partying at the spot where they are. So they're basically the neighborhood, the hood drunks. And they've got these beer cans that are spent. They're cut, they're like crushed in half, and they do what they do. They drink and then they get up and they leave. And they're, I guess by some neighbors, they're there quite a bit and at night. And so they're all just, whatever they're doing. So I'm sitting in the car. I go to park, and they're sitting right in front of a store in a stall that I generally park in. It's not reserved. It's none of that. But I don't want to park there because, first of all, I have to pull in and they're right in front of me. So I just don't want to accidentally hit them. I don't want them to be alarmed. And then I go down a few more stalls, and I realize that anybody who's coming in behind me is also doing the same thing. They don't want to park in front of them. And I'm going to say that a part of me, I think the original reaction I had to not parking in that stall, because I didn't want to get noticed, and I didn't want to get harassed, or I didn't want them talking to me, and I didn't want them heckling, I didn't want them catcalling, I didn't want any interaction whatsoever. So I moved away from the general area because I just don't know, right? Strangers drinking in front of a store, 10:30 in the morning, couldn't be a place where, you wouldn't be worried about what's going to happen.
It's like 10 o'clock. It's like, dude, it's
broad
10
daylight,
o'clock,
10 o'clock.
You didn't get the invite to go have mimosas with the ladies, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
It's like you
and it's the cheap beer. It's that cheap beer.
Oh, man,
some of the
cheap beer?
Yeah, it's the cheap beer because that's what they can afford, right?
Okay. Oh, there.
So, but the one reason why I really dodged parking there is because they were having an animated conversation. Oh. I'm pretty sure they were solving the problem with the Strait of Hormuz. I'm pretty sure that was the breadth of that conversation. I know, but I was like, great. When you get into, and I've been like this, you get drunk.
Yeah.
And you're sitting at a party, and all of a sudden somebody starts talking politics, and everybody's getting loud.
Oh.
I've had this where a guy was just like insulting me the entire time.
Okay.
And I was like, God, that was your point of view. Why are you yelling at me? Anyway, but he was drunk and he just wouldn't stop. So then generally if somebody is insulting me, then I start to play with them, and then that incites them even more. So then I gotta go. But they were drunk and they were having some conversation about solving the world's problems, and I thought, okay, one of them is gonna get up, and then it won't be fun.
It's okay. It's all right.
So I know people know that what I'm talking about and who I'm talking
got him
about.
In the village. It's
you
like,
got him in
Joe
the village.
is outside again. It's like that's not even his name.
And
That's not even.
generally-
We just pick names for people. He might be a Michael, and we're just calling him.
Yeah,
out
we're just
their
calling.
name.
Yeah, we're calling him
Right.
Fred. Fred
right?
the drunk.
It's like, dude.
But every village has got to have a town drunk, right?
got
And they're
one.
usually there's another guy who walks around and he's got a flask and he's got I think he's got one of those camel backpacks where he's like sipping vodka out of the little nozzle.
Right.
I mean, this guy's like inebriated all the time, but he's functioning. You know what I mean? He's following the street lights. He's not talking to people. He might run into a tree here and there. And you're like, Fred, you all right?
There's that.
Fred, we good?
There's that. Be like, why you got crutches and you walk just fine?
Look at you.
It's like, you walk just fine. What's with the crutches, dude? Is this like part of your attire? Like, what are we doing?
And they
Jack
don't.
Sparrow.
What's
happening?
But they don't
What's
mean.
going on?
And they generally don't mean any harm. They're Fred the drunk is the town drunk. He picks up after himself.
He does.
He doesn't vomit everywhere,
Not a
which is another thing.
cigarette
That's
butt
like,
inside. Be like, he didn't come by today.
where is Fred?
We didn't see him
Somebody have
today.
any Fred sightings? I worry about Fred.
Right?
Yeah.
There's some weird folding chairs just lying around.
Yeah. But when you get out
your
of
little private pocket meetings, like, what are y'all doing? It's like did y'all have a meeting
it's
last
the
night?
caucus.
It
It's
is.
the caucus.
It's the caucus.
They're solving all the world's problems.
They have their own little board.
Oh yeah, they got their whole structure going on. It's like the Robert's Rule of Order. Yeah.
Yes, those guys. I love them.
But
I love them.
the only thing that sets all of that back is when you open the car door and it smells like urine. It's like, really, guys?
I'm good.
Could have just like the boonies would have been a good spot, but no, we got to just relieve ourselves on the side of the building. And I generally,
I like the ones in our bill though. Yeah, they're
I mean
helpful.
they're helpful.
They are.
There was this one guy who used to sit in front of the Monago store, which is
Okay.
like the mom and pop store that I always go to, and he used to sit on the stoop right outside. There's a big sign: "This is no loitering or no trespassing," and all that stuff. This guy loitered every day, and the shop owner didn't care. The people didn't come in and I'm complaining about Mr. Jesus out there. He would. I always felt like he needed something. I always felt like he needed food, or he needed money, or he needed something. But I'd come in and he'd say, "Good morning, beautiful." I used to stop at the store just so I could hear him say that. Good morning was good for the ego.
Like, I need a compliment.
Yeah,
this morning.
today
Let me just
compliments
go
are
past-
us. Exactly.
Joe, I'm here.
Where's my compliment
Where's
du jour?
Joe?
Yeah.
New outfit. Come on.
I'm looking for
Recognize.
some validation.
Like,
How's that makeup?
Come on,
I'm on my. It's usually when I'm on my way to work.
That's what I'm saying. I got you, dude.
Yeah,
I
and so
got you.
he would always, and then when I'd come out of the store to get back in my car, he would always say, "I love you."
Oh yeah.
Oh, come on! You're gonna call the cops on that? There's nothing wrong with this guy. Nothing wrong with this guy. And sometimes, and pretty much all of the time, I would grab him a sandwich. If I saw that he had nothing, because people would feed him. He'd have like a
They'd be
row
creating
of
their own little invisible relationships.
Oh yeah.
Be like, we're married. Be like, I guess I gave up. It's like, all right, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
You could have led with that I wouldn't be pursuing you. But if he had like sandwiches and chips and drinks, I wouldn't get him anything because it looked like he was stacked. But if he didn't have anything, I'd just grab a sandwich on the way and get. And he was always grateful. No matter, he didn't cause anybody trouble. He just sat. He wasn't drinking. Right. He just was a guy who had nowhere to go, and he would just spend his mornings greeting people. Right. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. And then he died.
Oh, God, Patti. Wow.
Sorry.
There's the plot twist.
I guess I should have led with that, too.
Whoa.
Well, he died, and when I asked about them, they said that he'd got hit by a car.
Stop, Patti. That's not nice.
Because he was also the village pedestrian. He walked everywhere.
Oh.
And then the worst part of it is, I never knew his name.
No.
And I found out from one of the store people who knew who he was in the hood.
Got you.
That his body was unclaimed.
Oh no, Jesus claimed him.
I couldn't even.
Jesus claimed him.
I couldn't even. I would not know where to. Did you find an unidentified body or blah blah? I didn't know how to help. I didn't know family members who I could donate to. I didn't know anything about him enough. And it bothered me for so long. I mourned his death because he was just such a great guy that did nothing but, say hi to people. And then he died of, a tragic death. And the worst part is that nobody claimed his body.
And the kids know them the most. Be like, where did you go? Joe fixed my bike.
Yeah.
Where's Joe? Wait, first, who is Joe? They're like, oh, the guy down the street.
The guy who says I love you every day.
I gave him 2 cigarettes in your coffee. I'm sorry. Wait, what? Now y'all just stealing from the house and just wait. What are we doing again? You're like, yeah, and 2 packs of donuts. It's like, oh, we're just.
But
okay.
you do
just let him go.
Yeah, you got to just let him go. I mean, the drunk guys at the whole that whole Payless area. The only reason something needs to be done about them because when it's a nuisance when you're urinating in public, when you're causing disruption by falling all over the place, and nothing good comes out again of sitting in front of a store at 10 o'clock in the morning, just absolutely smear-faced, right? Nothing comes good of that. Something is about to pop. Someone's going to get hurt or whatever it is. So, calling the authorities, they may be just tired of it. It's like, listen, we cannot come here every day to get, Fred the drunk back in a sober position. So these shop owners, I told one of the owners of one of the stores, I said, it must be really tough as a shop owner to have people bypass your door because these guys are sitting right outside of it. And you can't draw the customers because they're afraid to. I'm just mostly nervous about being confronted because drunk people don't have any sense of, you know what I mean? If you're going to fight, I got to be in the crossfire. And I'm like, God, I'm sorry, sir. I know that you're bigger than me, but you're drunk and I need to deck you. And I'm probably sure I'd be successful at decking you because you'll lose your balance. You couldn't even walk by some store shutters without falling into yourself. And I'm going to have to knock you out, bro. And I just don't want to do it.
There's some really good ones out there, you know what I mean? Like, you got some that are quite animated. They'll put on a little show out of nowhere, be like, okay, wow. And then you got
just happy.
You know what I'm saying? They're just dancing in the streets. It's like, all right, what's going on here?
Just happy as a clown.
They're happy as a clown. Then you got the other ones really positive with themselves, and they're doing traffic. And that's my girl, by the way, our traffic girl.
Our traffic girl.
I'm sorry, I'm not giving her up.
She was Typhoon Traffic Lady.
Typhoon Traffic. She's like, this way,
she was out there
bowing.
In her Bahakis, and everybody respected the fact that she stopped 4-way traffic on Route 4 and didn't bat an eye, and nobody tried to defy her orders to stop. She literally stood there with her hands up, telling everybody to stop.
She's like, this way, thank you, have a good day. I'm like, girl, you go and come to my village next. Come to my village.
And then I ran into her. I did. I ran into her. I took a picture of her. She was sitting in front of the library with her significant other. And I rolled down the window and go, hey, are you traffic lady? And then she went like this, and I said, smile, and I took a picture of her.
My favorite one. Yeah, she's my cool. Fave. She's my favorite one. We shouldn't have favorites, but she's a favorite. It's like, can we have favorites? Be like, this is just a weird topic right now. Be like, so who's your favorite? The traffic lady's mine. I like her.
Of all the village problems, you are like a really good one to have.
I know.
I don't mind you.
Come to mine. It's like, we need you in my village. You know what I mean? Around the bus stops mainly. Like, you want to come.
They honestly
kind of help out.
I figure they don't really. Yeah, they don't really mean to cause anybody harm. And some of them, a lot of what we're talking about are people with chronic either drinking problems, mental health issues, and the like. True. But they're not mean. There's another guy, David, who sits out there. He quotes the Bible for me every time I see him.
I'll be damned.
And then he'll say, Patti, remember, when you go to sleep, you make sure that you say the sign of he has all these different things. You make the sign of the cross 3 times, and then you say this one verse, and then all of the evil spirits will leave before you wake up. And I'm like, I go, Dave, that is way too much of a ritual every night. Can we condense that maybe, like a rosary in the morning? Okay. But I got to do the signs of the cross 3 times, and cross. It was really funny. But he always says, don't forget, in the middle, before you do this, before you leave the house, he says, do you have holy water? water? And I'm like, yeah, I do actually have holy water. And he said, you take a little bit of the water and you cross yourself, make the sign of the cross on your forehead every day with the holy water. Or even better, do you have oils? I'm like, I should have been done at Payless by now, but I'm out here talking about whether or not I have holy water in my house. But he means no harm. He's evangelizing. He's,
Oh, I love that one. That's my favorite one. I like that.
Yeah, you like that. He's out there
I
telling
like
me how to
that
be a
one.
good Catholic, and I'm here for it.
Jesus in disguise. We hear about him all the time.
Jesus,
You
talking to
never
me
know.
in front of Payless.
Never know.
Look at us. Look at us blowing through the time with our Lord Jesus Christ.
Are we? Yes.
9:02 now. KGUM FM in Dedido, Guam.
AP News. I'm Ed Donahue. President Trump says Iran is running out of time to reach an agreement with the U.S. and avoid more strikes. The AP's Sagar Meghani is at the White House.
This is the last chance. Over the weekend, the president said American forces were ready to launch the biggest attack since World War II. But like over previous months, he held off and says today talks will start again in a day or so and shouldn't take long.
It's not very complex.
The first phase would reopen the Strait of Hormuz, with denuclearization to follow. Earlier, Iran's foreign ministry denied talks with the U.S., saying they were instead negotiating solely about the strait with Oman. The president lit into Tehran on social media, calling it unbelievably duplicitous. Sagar Meghani at the White House.
Two Republican senators who threatened to block acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's bid to lead the Justice Department say they'll vote to advance his nomination. It ends an impasse over plans to create a fund to compensate allies of President Trump.
All I know is that Todd Blanche is great. He's going to do a great job. Everybody knows it. And I understand there's been a sign-off. But I don't know what they agreed. I think Todd Blanche agreed to reconfirm things that he's already said.
John Cornyn from Texas and North Carolina's Tom Tillis had said they would not support Blanche's nomination without written confirmation the anti-weaponization fund is dead. Lighter winds and cooler temperatures are expected today in wildfire areas around Spokane, Washington. One woman who returned home said it's a war zone. The House Ethics Committee recommends the House censure North Carolina Republican Chuck Edwards after finding he engaged in persistent, unprofessional, and inappropriate conduct toward two young female aides. Edwards denies the allegations. This is AP News. The AP's Lisa Dwyer reports on a growing trend to keep art supply costs down.
Reusing art supplies is one small step to avoid the high cost, with some reuse centers saving thousands of pounds of materials from reaching landfills each month. Art supplies require water, materials, and energy to make, pack, and ship. For example, it takes about 13 gallons of water to make 1 gallon of paint. Instead of going to a big box retail store, Charlene Catalano found what she needed at Brooklyn Creative Reuse.
I got yarn, I got crochet kits, I got crochet hooks, and just other bits and bobs, some labels, and I got for about $6.
The principles of sustainable art include buying only what you need and donating what you don't instead of throwing it away. The scraps in one person's closet could be the finishing touch for another person's project. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Stocks are higher at the closing bell. I'm Ed Donahue, AP News.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam photo hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone.
That prevents child abuse. And access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
School breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
As Guam recovers from Super Typhoon Bavi, GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For a limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible plans. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credits. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 76 fuel gas card. Terms and conditions apply. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
We're talking about the neighborhood drunk. I call him Fred. Yeah, Fred is our neighbor. Who's yours? What's the name of him?
Man, we're going to call him Joe.
Joe.
Joe is in the Ville.
Joe's easy.
Joe is in the Ville. Kids love him.
Fred alert. Yeah. Just don't let him get too close.
Don't let him get too close.
Because old Fred smells like some old beer and things.
It's like, look, we're the leftovers. We gave it to Joe. I was actually going to eat that. We gave it
but
to
thanks
my
for feeding
Joe. You know
Joe.
what I mean? Kids just make random friends. Kids will do that.
Well, you know, because
they
they don't think that anybody's a problem until they do, right?
Everyone's innocent in kids' eyes. They're like, oh, that's my friend. No, that's not. That is not your friend. You know, sometimes you just got to reel them back in.
Yeah,
like,
so true. You just got to reel them back.
Stranger danger.
Yeah, but you know, there's some kids. You ever have the kid that like looks at you and then just starts screaming?
What? Whoa!
I had that one time happen to me with a little girl.
I think my mom does that every time. She's like, where y'all came from? Be like, hi, Mom.
Nope.
Go back. So I have plans. Take your kids with you.
Like, no, it was in the store. I knew her mother.
Go for it.
And this little girl was in the shopping cart. And she was like saying hello to me. I go, oh my God, is this your daughter? And I looked at her. I said, oh, this is your daughter. She looked at me and screamed like she saw the devil. Stop. And kids, the thing about it is that they're actually good judges of character.
Okay.
Like it's instilled in them somehow. Is that about right?
That's good. That's a good one. Yeah, I can write with that.
You know, like they just have a natural instinct of trust or something like that.
They do.
I'm trying to chalk it up to the kid
Until
know
they
nothing
don't. Until
because
they don't. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I was like, you little, what did I do to you? And I mean, I was like insulted.
Right.
And this kid was like 2.
Right.
I'm like.
Why didn't you on
Now
it?
she's grown up. Now she's grown up and I don't like her. No, I'm just joking. I didn't say that.
I trust kids' vibes, though. I do trust their vibes. They know. They know.
Yeah,
and sometimes they don't. It's like, how come he didn't amen? It's like,
well, that's the other thing in our culture.
Amen.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing in our culture. There's always got to be a ground rule in your family too about who and who not to, right? Like not everybody is an uncle, not everybody is an auntie.
Everybody's an auntie and uncle, yeah.
And that was an assault on our culture, actually, because you had a few knuckleheads that took advantage of the fact that they could get so physically close to children. Oh. And you know, they had pedo minds anyway. You know what I mean? And when that started happening in our culture, and we were finding out that our children were being exposed to people that meant absolute harm to them, it was an assault on what we do naturally as good people and respectful people, especially to your elders or your uncle or somebody, right? I'm not saying that we all have to amen everybody. It's a show of respect.
Yes.
And you learn that show of respect as a child. Your parents tell you.
Got to.
Right? Did you kiss Auntie, Rosario? Did you amen? Did you? I've seen where kids will, the mother or father will say, kiss your auntie or kiss Miss Patti. And the kids are like reluctant to do that. And I don't want to screw up whatever the plan is in the family to, when it's okay, you know what I mean? I'm like, she's like freaking out because she doesn't trust me. And I'm on a roll with that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're the one teaching her respect, so I'm just going to shake your hand.
There's that.
I'm like, hey, how are you? I just stick my hand out, but not, I'm not going to let a kid kiss me if they're feeling funny about it. Absolutely. Plus that, I don't want cooties.
It's just like, that's okay, I'll pass. You got Kool-Aid all over you anyways. I'm good. I'm
good with the whole kissing
little
thing.
sticky mess you got.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
good. I'm good.
And it's just so. But it's the way that the world has come to things like that. It's sad. It's sad that a basic show of respect in our culture, is a physical expression like kissing, amen, or something, ñora, right? The ñora seems to be easier than an actual embrace or a kiss. I think that's way.
I would take, I'm keeping it old school. Dude.
Yeah.
That's easy. Be like, okay, fast break. I'm good. I ain't got to hug you. We ain't got to exchange.
Well,
no.
Hey, you're lucky you're still young enough to be on that side. You can choose who you're going to ñora and ñora.
Hey,
I'm on the receiving end of that. I'm like, give me my hand back.
me
I am not there yet.
Wow. Oh my
Don't you ñora me. And they do. There's like a cop that was one of my friends, Kim. She travels with this cop, and every time I see him, he takes my hand and I'm, oh my God, dude. Just to think, first of all, I thought you were hot for a second, and then you ñoraed me, and I'm like, okay.
It's like when you're sitting at a rosary, and after the rosary's done, they got to go around the amen everyone, right?
Yeah.
And you have like one niece, one nephew on the side of you, and their hands are out, and I'm like, we're not doing this right now. Ain't nobody gonna amen you two. Why don't you guys get
They're
up
sticking
and pass?
their hand
They're sticking
out.
their hand out. Yeah, they'll just sit right
Jay.
beside you. They're like, hold on, I want to try that. Be like, no, grab
That
that
is
tray
so
and
funny.
walk that tray around is what you need. Go and get some cups. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like.
Make yourself useful.
Yeah, make yourself useful. It's like, what
Oh,
are
that's
you
so
guys
funny.
doing?
That's cute, though.
That is. They'll stick their hand out. It's like, oh no, we're not.
It doesn't
doing
work
this.
that way.
It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. But you know what? Our culture goes deep, man.
Yeah.
We got.
Is it the same though up in Saipan? Is there a sensitivity about that, or is it the point where everybody knows each other and all of the people that live there have been living there for years and they all know each other? It's a much smaller island, and
Right. I think we took a pause around COVID because then it was like just pounding.
Yeah.
Like,
If
that
you-
was weird.
Pounding.
I just finished my uncle.
just-
dude. I pounded my uncle. That was weird. I think that was rude. I gotta go pray.
I pounded
my uncle.
I pounded Don Rosa.
Yeah, right.
Oh no,
That feels weird.
It does
dude.
feel
It feels weird. It's like I think I need to go pray. It's like, wait, hold on. That did not feel right. I feel so rude.
Oh my God!
I know.
You pounded.
It did.
Nana
It
Rosa
does.
from. Oh
It's
my
like,
God! From the.
It's just so weird.
I just pounded my mother's great aunt.
It is awkward, dude. It really is. It's like,
Yeah.
I think I gotta go pray.
So
It's
true.
Like, that did not feel okay.
We couldn't get near each other
was
at
so
all.
hard.
I mean, we couldn't get near each other like for any reason,
Dude,
even
for
if you
real.
felt like you knew the person, right?
Dude, you know what I mean? And we were kind of cracking jokes. We're like, here comes the father. Let's see if he's going to toss the bread. It's like,
Remember the priest in Melissa who had the water gun? He had a Nerf gun.
good. I saw
And All
that.
Souls Day, and he
was
was just
crying.
spraying everybody at the
Like,
cemetery.
this can't be right.
And I think he got in trouble. I think they told him, bruh, this is not wherever you think you're from. We don't do that. Because everybody was like alarmed.
That was too funny.
Yeah,
man.
that's
that
funny.
was funny. That was good.
But
yeah.
then we also couldn't say
It was
peace in
nice.
the church in mass. You couldn't do the sign of
wasn't,
peace.
right.
The archbishop told everybody they skipped the whole peace thing.
was
No
funny.
wonder
It was.
we were so upset during that time, and there was no peace.
Everybody was so angry. I remember I was always switching to television, man, because my mom, she always watches, because, the church was on TV. She's like, I'm attending mass in the living room. This is really weird. I'm making breakfast, so tell Jesus I'm hungry. It's just weird. Dude.
I know. I feel you. Some of the major protocols, and especially at the church where people gather, and there's that spiritual intimacy, right? And then, in whatever denomination you're in, but in the Catholic Church, there is the shaking of the hand, or in many cases, the kiss. But you always do the sign of peace. And the Archbishop, he was just such a homophobe. He was a homophobe. He didn't want anybody mingling at all. So he skipped an entire part of that mass where you weren't even doing it anymore. And then how do you bring it back? now that you've taken out the sign of peace in the church, and then you're going to reintroduce it, people don't want to touch each other. So even now, still, we all just wave. We do this. We do this around the church. Nobody's shaking hands. Nobody.
Trunk or treat. I was like, this is so
trunk or
weird.
treat.
Trunk or treat. I was like,
Bruh,
dude, really? We're
that
going to
was-
drive around this?
We were creative,
was
man.
so weird.
How about the remnants of the stand 6 feet apart signs?
Those
are
ones,
like they look
dude.
like they came from a ghost town.
I tell
Those
you,
little
man.
6 feet. I still follow it too.
It was crazy, dude. I'm like, how are y'all having a wedding reception? Like, how is this supposed to go?
Oh my God!
How do you have a wedding right now?
And
Who
then-
is doing invitations?
How about the outdoor drive-through masses?
How the drive-through?
You had to sit outside, and the priest had a loudspeaker, and you're in the park trying to be a part of a mass while you're in the car eating.
It's a vibe. It was a whole vibe. Drive-through
How did we
graduation.
even get?
Be like, you're picking up your diploma.
Oh, the drive-through birthdays.
The birthdays.
Oh my God, you had to.
graduations. It
Those
was-
actually were pretty cool.
It's so funny.
The
It
drive-through
was so
birthdays. We
funny.
did that, I think, with one of the kids that we. Oh yeah, in our house, my niece Kylie.
Drive-through birthdays.
We got in our cars and we
So
circled
creative.
the back of my mom's house, had Kylie stand outside, and we just like threw presents at her. Those are some fun. Those are some fun days. I gotta
COVID
say
was a
that
vibe.
it was a vibe,
It
and
was a vibe. It
like
was
somebody needed to write a book on the etiquette of COVID because we had to follow so many social rules.
I didn't want to leave
that
my
we didn't
house
know how
without
to-
a mask. I was like, and I don't want the blue one because it don't match my outfit.
Oh God,
where'd the black ones
you
come
know what?
from?
I spend the rest of my life. I'll spend the rest of my life teasing Pauly Suba, who had a matching shirt to his mask.
It's got to match, dude.
No, the fabric from his shirt was the fabric on the mask,
I
and he
love
came
that.
into work, and I dogged him,
Stop.
and he stopped wearing it.
Oh, what?
I will spend the rest of my life
Patti.
feeling badly
Such a
and
bully.
apologizing.
I would totally wear it.
I think he was embarrassed that
It
I
was
did
so
that,
cute 'cause
but it was
everyone was
matching.
making masks.
Everybody was doing that.
Everyone was creating
were
masks.
making,
I was
like-
like, oh, you sew all of a sudden? Be like, since when are you
When
sewing?
somebody pulled out the Louis Vuitton mask, I thought, okay. God bless America. We're just enterprising fake people, aren't we? With the faux Louis and the faux Christian Dior masks.
For sure. I'm like, wait, you got diamonds on that? Is
Yeah,
that
where'd you
real?
get that?
What are those little trinkets you got going
We
on?
had to, yeah, you had to start getting stylish because now it became part of your outfit.
They had like LED lights going on. Be like, okay, guys, now we're really having fun
Yeah.
with COVID. We got
There
LED
are
lights.
some people who I only recognize. I'm like, I've seen your eyes before. Where did I see your eyes? You're so familiar. Your eyes. Who are you? Because I've seen your eyes before. Because you never saw people's face. You never saw their mouths. You never saw mouths. You it was just eyeballs, and you know, and and then they're like, "Dude, put your mask on, man. I didn't know your mouth looked like that."
No, you get in the car and then someone just tosses it. It's like, this is yours. Just still make
no,
up on
bro,
it.
they
There's
would
lipstick
throw it-
on the mask. There's lipstick on the mask. There's lipstick. This is yours. I just
Remember
used
they
it.
used to throw them. They used to throw them right outside the
toss
car,
it
tossing it
anywhere.
in the parking lots like cigarette
I'm
butts.
like, look at all this bacteria. There's all the germs outside the car. It's like, who's throwing masks around, man? It
Oh,
was-
one of our friends says a birthday. Somebody had a birthday mask, which I think she hated. Somebody. Somebody made like a custom made birthday mask.
I tell you, we was just the most creative during COVID. I mean, we just found our inner selves. It's like, you know what? I'm talented after all. It's like everyone was doing
Oh, that's
something.
cute. The birthday mask is cute.
Birthday mask.
That's funny. I didn't see that. I didn't see that before back in the day. Okay. We got creative. America was like, the fashion moguls were like, how can we incorporate this mask?
Dude, I swear we had like everyone uncertified ghetto PhDs. It's like,
oh yeah.
First of all, you are not the doctor. All of a sudden, you're taking counts. Like, what are you doing?
You know, they also remember when
Everyone was a doctor.
before COVID, and you would have Asian tourists come here and they would wear masks.
Okay.
Remember, this was before it was, and you're like, why are you protecting yourself from us? What did we do? You came to the island and you're afraid of germs. And then everybody was wearing the masks. I remember we were at the radio station, and at the time, our general manager was Shin Tyra.
Okay.
And Shin goes, everybody had to wear masks. Of course, I defy everything that he told me. And I would just take the mask and I'd hang it off my ear. And then he pulled me aside. He goes, you're defeating the purpose. Because what we don't want is people to hang their masks off their ears. I said, I'm in a room by myself on a microphone. I don't understand how the sound quality is going to make a big difference other than negatively by having a mask while you're on the air.
Exactly.
So that's why I did halfway. Then we all started wearing masks. We went nowhere without masks.
Nowhere.
Nobody. You had like an array. You had like boxes in your glove
not working
compartment.
out. Yep.
And then now, every once in a while, somebody has a mask on. You're like, go that way. Don't go that way. Don't go that way. He's wearing a mask. There's got to be something wrong with him.
I know. I see people when I'm to be like, why are you wearing a mask? Do you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm invading your
yeah.
privacy, but is it contagious? Can I just ask?
No, honestly.
Am I gonna get it?
Well, because at that
Can I
time,
get it?
everybody's health was everybody's business.
It was.
There was such a stigma about having COVID. It was like having AIDS.
Right.
You know, I mean, it was like that stay away from them. It was I lived through that 80s period of
Paul
AIDS.
and Amy
so-
are in quarantine together.
Who's that? Oh, yeah.
Where did they go last
Who
night?
did they
Were we all
touch?
together?
Yeah.
It's
They're like, guess
were we
what? They're in
together?
quarantine. It's like, then you start like freaking out because you think you're like waiting to not be able to breathe.
It's like, okay, hold on. Now
It
we're
was
gonna
such a stigma.
Let's
It-
trace the germs.
What was it? What was the social thing? Was
Follow
it that
the
you were like
germs.
diseased and it was a shameful thing that you got COVID? It was shameful because then it showed. Did it show that you were like what? What did it show that you got infected by the disease?
Man.
And people didn't want to get around you, and they were like, "How could you be so? How could you be so irresponsible?"
It was crazy. It was. And then they had like 11 different vaccines to get. And I remember the vaccine lines were just like,
vaccine lines.
whoa, the vaccine line. What is this line for? They're like, oh, that's for COVID. But like, what? Are y'all
UOG
doing?
Fieldhouse,
It
and
was.
you had to go and you go through that whole series. I mean, they ran that because it was like
Everyone
a military
had COVID.
operation.
Yeah, the COVID was a vibe.
Shoot, there's some,
COVID.
well, sorry, somebody that doesn't know what I do for a living.
Oh, okay, welcome. That's okay. That's all right. We're just chilling, talking about COVID.
we're
You know,
we will be talking about you in a second because
Oh.
you called me on the air.
Oh,
Not you,
okay.
this guy. Who
Oh,
called
okay.
Me. But
Yes, I'm
the
following.
National Guard had that
Yes.
whole process, and it was an intake thing, and nobody does intake better than the military. They just the logistics, and they have like checkpoints along the way, and then you were standing in line, and they had these ushers basically, and they were personnel. Military personnel, and they were ushering you into making sure that you were standing 6 feet apart, that the lines didn't become so crowded where people were back to back, and they like funneled into other lines, and then they stood there and and then you would sit there. A lot of these people, they were nurses or medical personnel that came from the hospital or were borrowed from the military.
I love it.
And then you surveyed all of the medical personnel to hopefully decide which one you got.
Yes.
Like they say, one person said, don't go to her. She will stick that thing all the way up your nose. And then the shot that they give, she's too rough. So people knew, don't go to Nurse Ratchet because she's the one on the end. She's the one on the end. Don't go to her.
Was it Pfizer or Moderna? Because I heard Pfizer
Oh my
lasts
God!
longer.
And then
Moderna's more
it's
stronger.
like, you got Moderna? How low class are you? We were judging ourselves based on which one we got.
Was it a Johnson
I
and
said
Johnson?
Pfizer. I said Pfizer so proudly, like I got the good one.
I got the good one. Okay, so you don't have to do 2 times. You can just do 1 and you're good.
Yeah. Oh, and then after you got the shot, they made you sit in this holding area where they put a television and music up there because they wanted to make sure you didn't faint before you walked out the door. Right? It's like that was part of the public scare, is that they made you sit for 10 minutes so that they could see if you had a reaction. I just felt like I was in some concentration camp. And then after all of that, when they started opening up travel, I remember rushing through the San Francisco airport and then finding out I could not get on the plane unless I stopped at a certain area of United Airlines to produce my 2 shots.
Oh, you got to have it.
They had to show you, and you got a QR code. That was real. Yeah, you had to get a QR code to get to land in Hawaii. If you didn't have that QR code, they wouldn't even let you on the plane.
We couldn't get into restaurants without our COVID card.
Oh my God, the
restaurants,
COVID card.
the COVID card.
I forgot.
The COVID card in restaurants. Can I see your vaccine card? It's like, what? Wait, what? Can I see your vaccine
and then
card?
some people got crazy because they didn't want to carry the card, because you're not allowed to laminate it. You couldn't carry the card, so they did a screenshot and they had it on their phone. They're like, no, we want to see the real
we
thing.
need a thing. Originals only, please.
Yeah. What are you guys too busy for clients now that you got to vet us at the door?
And then I'm like, what's Commonwealth Health Center? Be like, this is Saipan. I'm sorry. I think the best. I will tell you that one of the most fun, like laughing at ourselves during COVID, one of the most fun was a bit that Dice and I freelanced on the day. We had our mics open, and the note came from public health that bars would open. And these girly bars, remember the girly bars? That strip clubs had to be separated by acrylic walls. And we were trying to figure out how you were supposed to, where were you going to throw the ones? Where are you going?
It's like this girl is behind a glass, and it's like, how are you going to tip her?
How you going to get this money? How you going to get this money? You dancing for free. You get no college tuition today.
And these ladies were not having it. There was like, you can't stuff it in my bra or in my bikini bottom. I'm not dancing. You all getting
you making no money today.
It's like, if they can't drop that, and they were lobbing it over the wall. Oh my God.
You got to crumble it up. Playing basketball. Did it land where I wanted it to?
It was Monopoly money, and there was Monopoly money. Oh, we had a fun time with that bit.
Oh man, it was a good one.
Oh God,
that was a vibe.
That was 6 years ago, people. It feels like a lifetime, but that was just 6 years ago.
COVID doesn't go to Foxy's.
That's not what you should be worried about.
I know. They're like asymptomatic. Be like, bro, you can't even spell asymptomatic. Be like, sit down.
Ma'am, you're wearing your mask as a thong. I think that we have to draw the line at some point. Oh my God, Rand Kaufman's on the line. I don't know if you want to join in on this fray. Morning there, Rand.
No, you're having too much fun, Patty. You and Dice are on top of the world. Good for you.
Yeah, we love that. We love that.
Yeah, you guys are wonderful.
Thank you so much.
You know, Patty, coming to Guam way back in '69, of course, traditionally honoring, Mananku and seeing how all that works and that expression, and then the Chamorro Nation emerged. Angel Santos kind of gathered up a group of activists and like-minded folks. And did a lot of things. And what he started was this was probably for me, and what I heard and learned from Angel was that omning wasn't age, it was respect. Mm-hmm. And when he did that, these guys, the Chamorro Nation guys, started omning each other, right, upon greeting each other. They'd omen each other.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden I saw that it was starting to change, and that kids were omning each other.
Oh.
Angel Santos's kind of proteges, or kids of the Chamorro Nation, older folks. And then I all of a sudden realized, wow, because in doing that, you identify the person you're doing it to as a person of adulthood, to some degree. So at a smoojow now, when our kids come in, for whatever reason they're at a smoojow, we omen them. And then the crazy thing is, Patty, they act like adults.
Oh, okay. Well, they got a little validation, and so.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And all of a sudden, and acting like adults, they're no longer the problem that maybe adolescence brought them, to us for whatever reason, right? Or whatever was going on. But it seemed to give them a sense of confidence that they were getting that kind of
Yeah, but
treatment.
in our society, though, that kind of gesture is usually reserved for, people who are older, and it's
Right.
a matter of respect
Right.
for age and wisdom
Right.
and all of. So they earn the right to be able to be acknowledged that way, right?
That's right. That's absolutely right. And that's where Angel changed that within his group.
Oh, okay.
Of course, first of all, within his group of folks, that they felt that as powerful as that, as a Christian Catholic kind of approach, that was what was giving them a lot of strength, was they were recognizing each other with exactly what you're saying. They had earned it because now they're kind of stepping out, or they're a little bit more of an activist, or they're climbing a fence, or whatever they're engaged in at the time. That I think maybe that was what it was. But thank you for this wonderful morning entertainment. You guys are cracking everybody up.
That's our goal every single day. Try to,
as it should be. And I just wanted one more quick note. When we ended Edge of Heaven on Friday night, it was ended to your birthday.
Oh,
I missed the daytime part of it, but the last part of the show, our matriarch Patti birthday, and I just wanted to make sure you knew that we were thinking of you.
Thank you. The whole day and the whole celebration was 6-7. We were. Okay, that was a joke. Nobody
good.
got it.
6,
got
7.
it? Yeah.
Well, 6-7. My kids know about 6-7.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They know 6-7. Yeah. That was the motto for this birthday. It was basically 6-7. I'm just like we're just here. But thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate the sentiments. I definitely felt the love all that day. When you're 67 in the world of being at this sort of stage in your senior life, that we now celebrate the decade. You know what I mean? It's like it's like no need. She's only 60.
Can't wait for the 80s.
Yeah. No need. She's only 67. We got 3 years, for her big 70 or something like that. But at this age, we go by decades, right? But you remember when kids, and you probably still exposed that, being 4 and a half was a big deal.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, but Clint Eastwood told Morgan Freeman a very powerful message, and Clint Eastwood told Morgan Freeman, "Don't let the old man in."
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah, that's a pretty powerful.
That's a pretty power
statement.
That is powerful.
Okay.
All right.
Love you. Have the rest of a great day, please. No turning back.
No turning back. Absolutely.
No
We're already on the train. One of my friends just wrote, "You're 67?" I'm like, shut up.
6'7", maybe.
You're
maybe not.
6'7"?
We might be. You never know.
I don't know.
We
It's kind of
don't
up in the
know.
air.
67, 47, 27. Hey, you never know.
They say that
What's up?
like 30s or 40s is the new 20s, right?
40s is the new 20s.
Right?
Okay.
Or is it, and 60s is the new 30s?
60s is the new 30s. Okay.
I'm like in an area where I'm not like a new anything.
You're a 40s?
I'm just
Still in
pretty
the
so
40s?
67. There's really not. You don't try to tell me that 70 is the new 50 because I don't really. 50, so you're over the hump. So that's not like trying to go back 20 years because that really doesn't make a difference to a lot of people. 20 years
think you're still
ago,
17,
I feel like it
man.
was kind of the same person.
17. I'm calling 17. We're having tacos for breakfast and just the most unhealthiest things. You got to be a teenager for that.
No kidding.
It's like, you got to be a
No
teenager.
kidding. But that birthday, birthday in particular, I honestly was feeling, it felt like a regular day, which is what I like.
Right. You didn't go out and they do the happy birthday, happy
No.
birthday. Don't you hate it when your friends do that? It's like, I'm going to kill you when we leave.
Yeah.
It's like, look,
Yeah,
I'm
when
going
they
to kill
call
you when we leave.
When they call you out on it,
It's like they call you out on that.
Because a birthday song is
The birthday song.
The birthday song is so long.
Oh, it's just awkward.
And then when they break into the "May the dear Lord bless you" part, then it's just like it elongates the whole awkwardness of it. Because what do you do when you're the celebrant? You just sit there and. It's difficult to take accolades for 3 minutes straight. It's like a standing ovation. How many times can you say thank you during that time,
Kids
right?
love singing happy birthday.
They do when it's their birthday. When it's their birthday,
They just add words.
They just do.
They just add on a couple extra lyrics. It's like, I don't remember this part. Y'all got to speed
May the
it.
bus driver
you know
bless
what
you.
I'm saying? They just add everyone.
May
in there.
Fred the
Bro,
drunk village man bless
they
you.
They will.
Yeah.
They will. And their prayers are the longest because
They're
they'll
the
pray
best,
for
though.
everyone. It's like,
They're the
look,
best though because that's when
Oh
you
my
just
God.
know what's on their mind.
You know what I mean? They're like, the neighbor's dog and their pet hamster. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Look, we're really hungry. We're really hungry, sweetie. We got to speed this up. Tell Jesus, amen. It's coming up. We got to go. It's kids' prayers are so long.
They are so long. They're so cute, but you actually hear what's on their minds, though. You know.
And I'm like, I didn't know you felt
Have you
that
seen
way.
that? Oh, maybe you can do this to your nieces.
What's up? What you got?
There's this thing on TikTok. It's a new trend. Remember they had the trend where the kid is grown up and the mother says, this is the last time I'm going to get to hold you. And they actually carry like the grown child. You ever seen that one? No. They're like, I want to carry you for the kids like 18 or 16.
And they want to keep them young. I'm following.
And then they say, I wanted to carry you for the last time. It's such an emotional thing for the mom. She breaks down because she's carrying this big baby now, right? It's the sweetest thing. The new one is you tell the kid, they're holding the camera and it's facing them, and you tell, or you turning around the other, and you tell them, I want to tell you about my favorite person in the world. And they're like sitting there listening to you. This person I've known for blah, 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 but they're the kindest, sweetest. Their name is, and then they say the name of the kid. And so the kid is sitting there while their mother is praising them by telling them, you are their favorite person in the world. Yesterday, these little kids, they must have been 6 years old, just like their emotions of being so happy that their parents are like talking to them like that, or crying because they're so emotional over it. I don't know how I hit that sad spot, but you gotta. I think that's a really good one.
Oh my gosh!
Anyway.
I cannot. I'm dead. Okay, we got last warm one before we move.
Okay.
Okay, here you go. Here we go. Warm one.
Morning, it's Patty.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, it's Jason. I just wanted to
Hey,
tell
sweetheart.
Patty, well, this is it. That's our last day of vacation. We go back
I know. I know. What are you going to do? Did you already live it up last night? Did you sleep in? I know, huh? Oh, this is coming from a counselor. Listen to him. That's his real. This is not a good sign, bro.
Good morning, Patty.
Good morning, my friends. So tomorrow you go back to school, and that's your summer days are over. You looking forward to it? I mean, is it different every year, Jason?
This one's going to be special because, I'll be letting you know how it's going to go because we have Sanchez with us this year.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. Everybody's classifying it as a dual session because, we're going to come in an hour early and then they're going to come in an hour after that.
Yeah.
And we just switch off.
Yeah. So what are you looking forward to mostly right now?
Believe it or not, because I used to work at Sanchez, so I get to see my old friends.
Oh, cool.
tomorrow.
Okay. Well, there's that. There's enough room for everybody.
Yes, there actually is. So we worked it out. Our admin team and their admin team. I don't know how they did it, but they managed to do it, and it looks like we're actually going to pull it off. So we're going to see. I'm interested to see how it's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, that's an attitude to have, right? I mean, because I think change is never fun for anybody, and these guys have been displaced for several years. So, these are the kids that are going to have to assimilate into a campus that is not theirs, right? So so your role as a counselor is crucial to their acceptance, or at least creating the ambiance that everybody is welcome there, right?
Right, and that's what we were briefed on. We even briefed our students before the end of last school year. Hey guys, let's welcome them in. We know they're displaced, but let's give it a try. And,
yeah, sure.
And that's the attitude over at Tees and Highs. It's what if it has to be done, it has to be done. I mean, yes, we some don't like it, but what are we going to do?
Absolutely. What are you going to do? The situation has dictated itself. You might as well make the best of it. You never know. You're going to find kids from different villages that you may not have ever known or had a reason to know because they live in a different environment. So I think that's cool. I'm hoping the best for it. And so keep in contact with me because I think we'd like to hear how that works out for you folks.
The thing I'm really looking forward to is that some of the sports where if one school doesn't have enough, the other schools they're going to combine.
Yeah.
So there you go. You're going to have teams that are going to be consisted of both schools.
So true.
Eventually. So looking forward to that.
Plus,
me.
Yeah.
You know what's coming up in 4 months.
Yes, I know. And so, did you eat your way through summer, and then now you're losing weight, or are you're ready?
I'm almost there. I got 10 weeks and 3 days left.
Okay.
And then, that's before the greatest time of the year that I love, and that I always post.
Yep, absolutely. But we look forward to your great success in the entire training of your body to do this, because it's brutal, bruh. It is brutal. But I have seen you, and I've seen your poses, and I've watched. I see the pictures of the coverage of it, and you look great despite your age.
Oh, thanks, Patti. Well,
it's good.
You're only as old as you feel, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel you, bro. I feel you. Hey, thanks a lot, Jason. We'll keep in touch throughout the year. I'm glad that you called. And welcome back to school.
Thanks, Patti. All right, I'll be listening.
All right, buddy. Take good care. I'm going to rush off to Carol, because I think we're talking about her hood when we were talking about the town drunks. She joins us on the line. Hey, Carol, good morning.
Good morning, Patti.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi there. So we were kind of talking about our hood, and I was talking about an encounter that I had with a couple of guys that were just having a good old time in front of that goodies store. And I think that you guys probably have a bigger problem being in front of your house.
Yes, absolutely. We have been dealing with this for the longest time. This is not just. This just didn't pop up. This has been going on since COVID, to be honest with you. We've had the Guam police come and remove them. We've had the mayor come and assist us with this. What they do is, once you ask them to to leave, they'll go and they'll move down to the other stores at the other end of the street.
Yeah.
As soon as they're chased out of there, they come back down this way.
Yeah.
We have been dealing with this for the longest time, and believe me, it's not just one or two. There are times when we have 10 of them sitting out front.
So this is Carol. She's talking about. I'm not going to tell everybody where you live.
Okay.
Yeah, but she has a pretty sizable wall that surrounds her home, and you can still hear the action in front. They're not sitting on your property or in your yard, but it's enough of a disturbance when you have that many people out there partying till all hours of the night.
Correct.
Yeah. So what's the resolution? I mean,
okay. We have. Let me just give you a little bit more. There's been encounters where there's physical fights. My son has walked out there. My husband John's walked out there. They're going to confront them. I mean, it just gets really, really nasty.
Yeah.
Well, we, with conjunction with Payless, are hiring a private security company to come in, which we've done before, and it works. But you have to have someone there practically 24/7.
Gosh.
To keep them away.
Wow.
It's a shame, because I know a lot of them have places to go. They just refuse to go there because they don't want to follow the rules and the regulations and all of that stuff. Wow. But it's really sad. We have had a guy, we honestly thought he was dead. Completely passed out.
Wow.
And they'll beat up on each other out here. It's ridiculous.
Wow. Well, there's somebody just called my attention. There's a bunch of them on the side of St. Anthony School, on the side of the center there, the spiritual center. There's like a whole community of people who live under the rafters, like that in front of that big window. But there's an increasing number of them I've noticed that are trying to stand straight up and walk. That becomes a problem. I did reach out yesterday because I was concerned. I was concerned because nobody was parking in the spot where they were sitting in front of goodies. Nobody wanted to go and park in front of I certainly didn't want to go. I didn't want to get out of my car because they were having an animated conversation while drinking beer. That is not a good recipe at 10:30 in the morning. I did not want to be a part of that scene. So I moved further down. But I think in the interest of Payless Market, for example, that's PR for them. People won't get out of their cars, right? And they won't get out of the cars. They'll go someplace else. So I know that you guys had the conversation with Payless. Is that just yesterday you guys made the decision to hire a detective? Okay.
We've had them several months back.
Oh,
and it sort of, calmed down and everything sort of. But as soon as they see that there's no one around to tell them what to do, then they come right back. I've actually had confrontations with them.
How? What did
I mean, yelling. It's yelling matches.
Oh, dang!
It's pretty bad. It really is, because I'll ask them very nicely to leave, and I'm bitched out on every. It's embarrassing. But I have to think of the tenants that are here. I am the property manager here, so I have to think about my tenants here. And like you said, the customers who come don't want to get out of their car because they're worried.
Yeah.
Of what they're going to do to them.
Well, I hope the security guard situation works. I think a little authority and somebody who's out there telling them what to do might make a huge difference. But it's at great expense. It's not cheap to have these guys out there. The liability is crazy. So,
correct.
Well, that makes it a little safer for the rest of us to come, and do business in that complex. So I'm sorry that it's happening to you guys, but I do appreciate that you're providing, the extra safety for the consumers. I appreciate that. And your call, Carol. Thanks for coming on.
You're very welcome.
Your husband tell John, because he was calling me when I was on the air. That was that phone ringing. And I'm like, somebody doesn't know what I do.
John.
It was John. I go, somebody doesn't know what I do for a living.
I'll make sure he hears that. Well,
right.
You take care,
okay,
and God bless.
It's good to talk to you, Prima. It is, God bless as well. 8 minutes now before. Do we have to take a break? I feel like my throat hurts. Yes. Okay. We'll be right back.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumont or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Most people think child abuse is a bad parent problem.
Actually, the root causes may be different than you think.
Let us explain. Affordable housing for everyone
That prevents child abuse and access to healthcare in every community.
Prevents child abuse too. High quality, affordable childcare.
Paid family leave.
school breakfast and lunch programs.
All of this prevents child abuse.
It's all about keeping families out of crisis in the first place.
Research shows that investing in prevention helps children stay safe, strengthens families, and builds healthier communities and a stronger economy. Prevent Child Abuse America promotes policies, programs, and resources that help families thrive before a crisis occurs.
Because when we keep families out of crisis,
we prevent child abuse
from ever happening.
Go to kidssay.org to learn more. Again, that's kidssay.org. And
let's solve child abuse before it ever happens.
As Guam recovers from Super Typhoon Bavi, GTA is here to help you stay connected and keep you moving. For a limited time, get $400 off any new premium smartphone with eligible plans. Or bring your own phone to GTA and receive up to $300 in account credits. To support your recovery, you'll also receive a free $100 76 fuel gas card. Terms and conditions apply. Visit any GTA retail store today. GTA, we start with you.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Well, we might as well just go ahead and get out of here. Oh, thanks to Good to Go again for saving our lives.
I'm telling
that
you,
Good
man.
to Go, man. I tell you what,
That's our jam.
I haven't ever really ordered from them.
That is
but
our
but
jam.
now they got this entirely good deal, like Good to Go.
They do.
With the Bank of Guam.
And they get hotel rooms too. They deliver to hotel rooms.
Oh, that's always good to know.
Right? They do. They do hotel rooms. Yeah.
Okay.
Fun fact: they'll deliver anywhere.
Listen, we don't work for Good to Go. They didn't give us any breaks on this other than the benefits that Dice gets because she's first of all an employee and she is a Bank of Guam card holder,
Yep, I
which
got
you
Bank
get
of
free
Guam.
delivery off the card.
That's
Okay,
right.
all right.
Free delivery to anywhere.
I tell you what, I just had a Wendy's, half of a Wendy's breakfast burrito. Shut up with that.
And it's real
Bruh.
egg.
And it's, we're always looking for the real egg.
It's real egg.
Yeah.
0 preservatives.
Well,
I don't know if there are already.
Well, I got to say, this was a good time this morning. Thanks to everybody. We were able to talk to Jesse Allig. We were able to talk to Sabina and to Treester Lahi. We also got on the phone, with, who else did we talk to?
We talked
Vince
Sabrina.
Borja.
Vince Borja
Yes.
was on the phone.
Yeah,
today.
that was good. Thank you for that conversation, and we look
we
forward
had
to
the
more.
doctor from the Guam Department of Education.
That's right, Dr. Julia Joa Heath. She says, "Hey, no big deal, man. We don't need to get the legislature involved. We're just going to handle it on our own." And that's what you do. You do it in family. In family first. So,
yes, we did.
Listen, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We've got our shows are this morning. Remind me. This morning we don't have a cop talk this morning. I mean, the conversation with the cops, and I saw the note saying what's up next, but I don't remember what it said. So we will remind you, as if you needed it, that Polly Supa's on the air. That's from 2 until 6 o'clock tonight. We've got Dice across the yard. She's doing her thing in Power 98, also from 2 to 6 in your commute home. For now, we're Mornings with Patti. I'm Patti.
I'm Dice.
It's 10 o'clock, KGUM-FM. And Daddy Do Guam, have a good one, everybody. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Biba Guam.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legend